What's happening, gamers? Welcome back to Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney Trilogy for the Nintendo Switch.
Woohoo!
Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, and hit that bell to be notified when more Ace Attorney arrives. Here on KwingsLetsPlays.
Yeah!
And special thanks to our friends over at Capcom for providing a copy of this game. It's time for us to dive into the next trial.
Sorry.
February 24th, 9:41 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. Oh, joy, it's her.
So, what do you think, Mr. Wright?
I think the prosecution is as confused as we are. After all...
the victim was murdered in 2 different places at the same time.
Ah!
And a different suspect was arrested at each of the crime scenes. Lana! Good morning, Mr. Wright. I apologize for yesterday. I was indisposed.
Yeah, I hope they didn't hold you too long for questioning.
We just finished, actually. I'm used to all-nighters, though. So, how'd it go? It says Mr. Wright's suspects. The police are clueless. I figured as much, so I struck a plea bargain. A plea bargain? What do you mean by that? We agreed that if I told them the truth behind this simultaneous murder, they wouldn't seek capital punishment. That's what I mean, Emma. But Lana! Don't tell me you... Much to my regret, I'm as much in the dark about this as they are.
Miss Skye. We found trace evidence of a certain person in the police department's evidence room. They belong to Officer Jake Marshall.
What kind of trace evidence?
Blood-stained fingerprints, to be exact. That's the trump card I have up my sleeve today. You do understand what this means, though, don't you?
In order to defend my sister, you're gonna have to accuse Mr. Marshall!
We have to play the cards we're dealt. Isn't that right, Miss Skye?
Well, do what you have to, Mr. Wright.
Whoops! Alright, ladies and gentlemen, it's courtroom time!
It's crime fighting! It's courtroom time.
Alright, court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Again. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is... I'm sorry, but that's not a question. I'm afraid you'll have to clarify, prosecution.
Yeah, what does that mean, Edgeworth?
It takes 30 minutes by car to reach the police department from the prosecutor's office. Yet the victim, Bruce Goodman, was slain at both places at the same time. Well, that's not physically possible, is it? What's more, I hear the victim from the evidence room just disappeared.
Yes, and the body eventually reappeared in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car.
Wow, this is one messed up trial.
Yes, it is.
One of my duties as a prosecutor is to present impartial evidence. Today, I will present evidence relating to the murder at the police department. In doing so, I believe the way in which we should proceed will reveal itself.
Now that's what sets Mr. Edgeworth apart. He sounds so on top of things. Even though he doesn't know what's going on himself.
And that's supposed to be an admirable trait, huh? Very well, let the trial resume. On the day of the crime, what exactly transpired at the police department?
I don't know, I'm totally lost.
Mr. Edgeworth, you may call your first witness of the day to the stand. For its first witness, the prosecution calls the suspect of the murder that occurred at the police department. The suspect? You mean the so-called murderer?
Dun dun dun!
Oh boy. Things are getting wild from the get-go.
Oh yeah, it's getting interesting.
Will the witness please state his name and occupation? Yes, sir. I am Officer Mike Meekins, sir. My occupation is, That would be murderer, sir!
What?
What? So you're telling us you're a professional killer? Sir, it was me, sir! I'm the one who did it! I never kill anyone again, sir! You've got to believe me, sir! Actually, what would... sir! I'm what you call a part of a younger generation, sir! A person whose actions adults can't possibly comprehend! Please, Mr. Edwards, sir! Help me, sir!
Oh my god.
Officer Meekins! Yes, sir! Give us your report of the crime. Consider that an order. Yes, sir! As you wish! After all, I'm part of the generation that must be told what to do, sir!
You can't fault him for a lack of enthusiasm, can you?
Nope. Alright, it's crime report time. Testimony. Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. I fought for my life and then I did it. After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake.
It's so weird because he never said he even remembered doing it, though.
So the victim, Detective Goodman, attacked you. Do unto others before they do unto you, sir! That's what the Meekins family motto is. I see, then you fainted and a colleague helped you regain your consciousness. Yes, sir! He knocked me upside the head, sir! Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. What I need here is more info to work with.
Yeah, he's not really being honest about anything, I feel like, because he didn't even remember taking that guy out.
Oh, we can press him, can we?
Yeah.
Although it's not my normal, I was assigned to the guard evidence room that day. Hold it! Mr. Meekins, you work in the General Affairs Department, do you not? Yes, sir! I'm in charge of hiring new recruits, sir! Yikes, now there's a scary thought. Evidence transfer was taking place on the day of the crime, which meant many officers were given special tasks not ordinarily performed.
That's pretty weird.
I was in charge of guarding the Blue Badger, sir.
The Blue Badger?
The Blue Badger?
Oh my god.
Yes, sir! The lovely police mascot created by Chief of Detectives, sir!
Why would someone need to guard that?
I was so sure it wasn't broken during the transferal process.
That's just so stupid.
That way my sole mission for the day, sir.
It's the dumbest job in the world.
I think it's cute.
I guess.
I see. Sounds like a very, important mission. After the award ceremony finished that day, there were so many people running around that I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room.
Oh, he was trying to keep it safe.
Oh, that's why you went into the evidence room. Tell us, what did you see when you got there? I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen. Hold it. In order to enter the evidence room, you needed an ID card, am I correct? Precisely, sir. I have one right here around my neck. So then, your ID number should be listed on here, right?
Hmm.
There it is! I found it! This is the one right here. Would you please read it? Yes, sir! It's 4989596! That's my number, sir! I see. Huh? But the number 4989596 is shown as being used twice!
Whoa!
Please explain, witness. It's no real mystery, sir. The first time is when I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room, and the second is when I went to go after and get him after everything settled down. I see, so it was during that second time when... Yes, sir! That's when I spotted the man on the security screen! Added to the court record, ID.
Interesting.
I know. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir, and I was suddenly attacked! Hold it! So you were attacked. Can you please tell us exactly what happened to you? It was a knife, sir! A knife! Detective Goodman pulled a knife on you. What happened then? Well, with me charging in at him, he looked as surprised as I was. You aren't exactly the kind of person someone would want to run into.
Aww.
That's what I reacted, sir. I swung my arms like an octopus, struggling to detain him. That's how I got this gash on my hand.
It's like the dialogue is trying to make you laugh.
Maybe if you just kept your cool, your hand wouldn't be...
When I saw the blood trickle down my arm, I panicked. I grabbed the man by his collar.
Wow.
I fought for my life. Then I did it. After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake.
Okay.
I want him to actually repeat his... Whoops.
This is what he was telling us yesterday.
Well, we need to try to skim some more details from him for starters. What was an officer from the General Affairs doing in there in the first place?
I know.
Right. Let's press him for all he's worth.
Let's press everything he's worth.
But though it's not my normal, I was assigned to the... Yeah, we already did that
Where
one.
did that?
The spot is suspicious man! I was only doing what I was trying to do, sir! I think this is... So you were attacked. Can you please tell us exactly what happened to you? It was a knife, sir! Wait, I did this one. Detective Goodwin pulled the knife.
Right. We did say that.
Well, with me charging in, I swung my arms like an octopus. I swung my arms, yep. That's what I did. Gosh, maybe, okay. Up. He saw the blood. When he saw the blood, that's when he probably passed out.
Wow.
Grab the man by the collar. Alright, so the next one. Okay, I fought for my life, then I did it.
Then I did it. Hold it!
Thank you. What exactly do you mean when you say you did it? I know I don't look like the type, but I'm really into kung fu films, sir.
Okay.
The man let his guard down for an instant, so I snatched his knife from him. You took his knife? I spun him around and performed a disarming maneuver. I made sure to close my eyes like a man.
Oh my gosh.
He must have been desperate. The next thing I knew, his white coat was drenched in sea of my blood, and then the next thing I knew... Yes? I punched him right in my face, sir! He punched me! Oh,
Yeah, he
sorry.
punched you.
After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake.
What? You didn't actually murder him then?
I know. About what time did you regain consciousness?
How could he punch you if he was dead?
No offense, sir, but how am I supposed to know that? I was unconscious. Oh, right. According to the report from the officer that awoke up the witness, it was about 5:30 p.m. He hit me right in the head, too. I woke up crying tears of pain.
Aww.
It's nice that you recovered, that is. When I came around, though, I made sure to finish my mission, sir. Your mission?
Yeah, the mask?
Yes, sir! The Blue Badger. I returned him to the entrance before things got out of hand.
Aww.
Well, we can all rest easy now.
The Blue Badger was safe.
I believe we now have a fairly accurate picture of what happened. Yes, Your Honor. Only one thing remains unclear. Was this the man the officer murdered really the victim? He's got a point. Yes, Officer Meekins. With regard to that, sir, take a look at this. It was sent to my jail cell.
Whoa.
Chief Gant delivered it to me just this morning, sir.
A videotape.
The chief delivered it? What is that? A videotape. Yes, sir. That's absolutely right, sir. It's a videotape, sir. It contains footage from the security camera in the evidence room.
Whoa.
What? But I specifically asked if there was such a tape, and was told it had been mistakenly erased. That's quite a mistake. I just do what I'm told, sir. It's the only thing I'm really good at. Looks like a communication with the police department is as good as ever. Well then, let's have a look. Show us the video of you. Show us the video of you murdering the victim.
Yep.
Oh, please stop using that word murder, sir. It scares me.
Aww.
A video of a real murder. Just what are we getting ourselves into?
Yeah, this is gonna be terrifying to watch.
Be interesting.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, there's the badger. It's such happy music.
Yeah. For what we're about to witness.
Well, there's the trench coat man.
Trench coat man.
Hello, Badger. Alright, so he's going for the evidence.
Yep.
And then we're gonna have Officer Meekins.
Oh,
He had his baton drawn.
Interesting. Oh, wow. That guy, like, came at him. Oh.
The camera's panning away. You can't see anything.
Why is the camera panning back and forth?
I don't know, but it's kind of annoying. Officer Meekins is down.
Wow.
I don't see the victim anywhere. What am I supposed to be seeing?
I don't know.
That
was really hard to watch.
Well, I believe we're all thinking the same thing. How can we deal with these unsettling feelings stirred within us? What the heck was that wiggling piece of plywood?
Yeah.
Sir, that is the pride and joy of the entire Criminal Affairs Department, sir! It's the Blue Badger, sir! Why am I not surprised this isn't going smoothly?
Yep.
Security videotape added to the court record, but it didn't show the murder. Yes, well, anyway, this tape seems to prove what the witness did indeed encounter someone in the evidence room, and some sort of activity did take place. Your Honor, instead of relying on clearly incomplete footage, the witness testimony will suffice. Is that all right with you, Officer Meekins? Yes, sir! As you wish, sir! Mysterious man.
Officer Meekins is so nice.
He has his moments. His face can't be clearly seen in the video, but there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. I mean, he opened the locker with the required Detective Goodman fingerprint to do it. The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it. But we didn't see, it's just... What's this about a fingerprint? Each detective has been given a locker equipped with a fingerprint-activated lock. These locks ensure that each locker can be opened by the detective it belongs to. Intriguing! That would mean the victim at the crime scene would have to have been Detective Goodman. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. I don't know where this cross-examination will lead, but everything begins with contradictions. That's where I have to start. Oh boy. Cross-examination time, the mystery man.
Cross-examination time.
When in doubt, object. His face can't be clearly seen in the video. Hold it! Tell me, were you able to get a good look at him? At the face of the man who attacked you with a knife, I mean. Sir, if you must label people as having seen or not seen the man's face, I believe I would be classified as the latter? The latter? But you were standing right in front of him, were you not? More to the point, you are the person who fought him, aren't you? Yes, sir, but I didn't get a clear look at his face, sir. I'm not the kind of guy who looks directly at people when talking with them, you see. Didn't look him in the eye.
Aww.
Yeah, that's a good trait for a police officer to have. Not! Still, I'm not sure it was him! I had bet my badge on it! Okay. Alright. But the question is, the person was Detective Goodman, sir! But you don't know that for sure, do you? You never actually saw Detective Goodman's face.
That's right.
Well, I suppose you might say that. That is, you must label people as... Wait, didn't we just do that? Since his face can't be identified in the video, you can only verify it. Why is everyone looking at me? If I had a label to your stares, I'd do that as disturbing.
Wow.
Meekins. Ah! Having been shown a questionable video at best, we are not in the best of moods. Now please be more certain when you testify. Yes, sir. You claim the man who brandished a knife on you was Bruce Goodman, correct? Tell us why you were positive it was him. I mean, he opened the locker with a required detective. Hold it!
What?
About these lockers, there's no other way to open them? No, sir! I myself tried all kinds of methods in the past. They only respond to registered fingerprints, sir. I wonder what kind of methods he's tried. If the man opened the locker's lock, which only responds to registered fingerprints, then he must be the person the locker has assigned to. Exactly my point, sir! And this too. The locker he opened is questionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. How do you know that information? Well, I heard rumors, sir, from people in the know. People in the know? The workers in the department cafeteria, sir. They keep me informed. They also listen to my romantic troubles, sir. For the record, the open locker did indeed belong to Detective Goodman. I verified this information through a more reliable source. So the victim opened the locker with his own fingerprint.
Ooh, interesting.
So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it. All right. However, the most important detail is not shown in this video. The man's face.
That's right.
Sir, if I may say something, sir. Please do. After all, you are the one being examined.
Yeah.
I don't understand why the man's face is so important in this case, sir. I mean, if it was his hand that opened the fingerprint lock, it was his hand that tried to thrust the knife into my body, sir.
Wow.
My unsettled state can testify enough to this, sir. Yes, you have a point. The footage doesn't lie. That is, unless the defense can find a problem with it.
Mr. Wright, let's check the court record again.
Is there a problem with the security video? Yes, there is.
Yeah.
Regarding the video contained on this tape, there is one thing in particular that seems rather strange. Strange? Yes. This contradiction leads to the possibility that the man may not have been Detective Goodman. What?
Whoa.
This video contains such a contradiction? What? Interesting. Your Honor, I have a proposal. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth? I propose we have the defense point out to us this alleged contradiction in the video.
Oh, okay.
He would want me to point it out? Very well, proposal accepted. Let us further inspect this piece of evidence. Oh boy. I will now play the security tape. Mr. Wright, please show us this contradiction you speak of. I have to point out a problem in the video? This is the first time I've ever had to do that.
You can do it, Mr. Wright. It's set up so you can fast forward, rewind, or pause the video.
Oh boy.
Just take a good look and be sure to point out the right thing or else.
Please don't play it too many times. I can't stand watching this video.
Okay.
How did this guy ever become a police officer? Now then, Mr. Wright, please enlighten us. Where is the contradiction that indicates the man may not have... What? Oh, okay.
Well,
The badger! No.
I don't know. I mean, he is obscuring the view.
Alright, so...
I-
Stop! You can't see his face.
Yeah. I mean, we're supposed to point out the problem? It's like, there's so many problems with this video. But... I don't know, it's hard to say, like... I don't know. I think he's supposedly, obscuring his face on purpose.
The thing that's strange about this video has got to be this. Yes, that is strange. Something certainly seems unnatural about that. What could it mean? Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Wright, but you seem to have forgotten the point of this exercise. Huh? The point? What you are looking for is one thing and one thing only. Something that indicates the man may not be Detective Goodman. Oh, yeah! Woo! I almost walked right into the defense's trap! I'll place him under arrest, sir!
Oh my gosh.
Rats! I need to slow down and tackle things one piece at a time. Now, what do I do? Play the video again. Very well. Let's try this again.
That's a good idea.
Just remember one thing, Mr. Wright. Every time you point your finger, someone gets hurt.
Says the one pointing his finger at us.
I will now play the security tape. Mr. Wright, please show us this contradiction you speak of. I have to point out a problem in the video. This is the first time I've ever had to do that.
You can do it, Mr. Wright. It's all up to you. You can fast forward, rewind, or pause the video. Just take a good look and be sure to point out the right thing, wink.
Please don't play it too many times! Oh, how did this guy ever become a police officer?
Yeah.
Now then, Mr. Wright, please enlighten us. Where is the contradiction that indicates it's not Goodman? Okay, let's try this again. Hello.
So, a problem with the video... Well, let's see. I mean,
it's so cute, but it's also annoying.
yeah, I think that thing is totally in the way.
The thing that's strange about this video would have to be, this. Hold on a second. I need to use my eye drops. Well, I don't get it. Huh? Would you mind if I borrowed your eye medicine? Don't look at me with those bleary eyes. Before your eyes get too teary, perhaps you would think this through again, Now what do I do? Play the video again. Let's try this again. I just remember one thing, Mr. Wright. I think I know what I was supposed to do. When the blue badger has his flag on the dude's face.
Oh.
That has to be it.
Maybe that's it, because it shows it obscuring it.
Yeah. Please show us the contradiction you speak of. Okay.
You can do it, Mr. Wright.
Here we go again.
I like this happy music.
I know, it's pretty nice, right?
Alright, the blue badger mascot is growing on me.
It's adorable.
They really need to fix the tape on its ear. Okay.
Well, I mean, you know, the tape there was...
There we go. There! You missed it.
Right here.
Yeah.
Take that.
Try this. The thing that's strange about this video would have to be, this. Hold on a second. I need... Oh, great. Nope, this is wrong
So
again.
that wasn't it?
Well, I don't get it. Would you mind? No. What? Play the video again. We're gonna get it. It has to be the stupid badger.
Maybe it's not the badger.
Hang on, let me get back.
I mean, I could...
Okay, let's try this again. So, it's not the badger, it's not...
It's not the badger obscuring the guy's face. So, basically, we have to look for anything out of the ordinary in this video.
Wait. Hang on, I just want to check something. How do I rewind?
Rewind with Y, I guess. Oh, you're already doing it. Well...
I knew it! Look.
Yeah, some of those lockers don't look the same.
No, the lockers are fine. But what about this locker right here? What do you notice?
It doesn't have that little hole thing above it. Oh, wait, it does!
It's lit!
Oh!
All these lockers are closed, yet this one is lit. That has to be it.
Why? Why would that one be lit?
I'm gonna find out. The thing that's strange about this video has got to be this! Officer Meekins! Yes, don't you mean me, sir? As I understand it, the locker apparatus works like this. Oh no.
Oh my god.
When you grab a handle, a sensor reads your fingerprint if it's a match. Oh wait, no,
What?
that wasn't him. The
fine.
light turns on and the lock is released.
I liked hearing Gumshoe do it, though.
According to my very limited experience, that's the way I understand it, sir.
So...
If that is true, then something is seriously wrong with this picture.
Yeah,
Look again.
How could it have been on before the guy touches it?
Exactly.
It doesn't make any sense. It's only supposed to light up when it opens. When your thumbprint is on it. That's really weird.
And he just casually walks in. Hello, Mr. Badger.
It's like it's not even him, though.
When the victim reaches for the handle to open the locker, let's rewind to a little earlier. Right, am I rewinding it? Is it?
I don't know.
Oh yeah, no, they're doing it. Okay, I was gonna say. Stop! Here, notice the light? What's this? It's already lit!
Oh my gosh.
Precisely my point, Your Honor. The locker was already open before the victim grabbed the handle.
What? That's so weird.
Order! What's the meaning of this? It's very simple, Your Honor. The locker wasn't locked on the day of the crime. But the locker locks are controlled by an electronic system. When a door is shut, a sensor is triggered, and the locker is automatically locked. Oh, I know. It must have broken down. Of course, I'm not an expert in this. That's not likely, Your Honor. The sensor would detect and report any malfunction. Oh, well, it just goes to show novices should keep their mouths shut.
Oh,
So then, Mr. Wright, do you have an explanation?
poor Judge.
Me, Your Honor? Yes, why wasn't the locker locked? Me, Your Honor?
It feels like somebody hacked it.
Yes, well, you see...
It got hacked.
This isn't exactly my field. What do you think, Miss Scientific Investigator?
Huh? Oh, maybe something like jam the system sensor.
Something jammed the sensor? Say... There's something else that seems out of place in this video.
Yeah, I thought so too. There's gotta be another clue somewhere in this footage.
Very well, let's inspect the video once more. The locker wasn't locked. Mr. Wright, please point out the cause for this.
So something jammed the sensor. Something jammed the sensor. What could have possibly jammed the sensor? I don't
know. Wait!
A fishing pole?
No! No.
Oh my gosh.
That device! That... The thing Gumshoe told us about.
Oh.
This thing, I think.
Huh?
I think. The thing that's strange about this video would have to be, this. What? Hold on a second. Oh, blast it. It drops.
Aww.
Oh, well, I don't get it. Yeah, that's because it's wrong. Of course it's wrong. Alright, let's check it again. Fast forward, fast forward, fast forward, fast forward, fast forward.
See, what could be small enough to go inside of the locker, but...
Wait a second.
Oh my gosh!
The glove.
That fell out when he opened the door!
Let's try this.
Yeah, I agree. I think that...
Please watch closely. This is the continuation of the part I showed you earlier. So, the locker's green, and the glove? I still don't... I mean, there's a jamming device in there, though.
Yeah, I don't really understand the whole thing with the glove.
Well,
though.
the glove falling is important.
The glove fell.
What's this? Something white fell out of the locker.
That's right, Judge.
But, sir, it's been my experience that things fall out when doors are open. I often fall out and roll great distances when I open my... We can't be sure that item was completely inside the locker to begin with. What do you mean? The sensor triggers the lock when the door is shut. What if something was inserted, say, between the sensor and the door? Inserted?
Whoa.
What Where are you going with this, Phoenix?
Yeah, what are you talking about, Phoenix Wright?
I don't. Please explain to everybody else, Phoenix, because we're lost. This white thing wasn't inside the locker. It was stuck between the door and the sensor.
Oh my god.
Oh, I understood, sir. It's like my tie. 2 out of 3 times it gets stuck in the door when I go out on patrol in my vehicle, sir.
Oh my gosh.
Instead of the door closing, my tie chokes me. But the object would have had to be extremely thin to fit in the door. Not only that, but it would also have to block electrical currents. It would need to be an insulator. Yes, an insulator. But at the crime scene, there just might have been something that fits the description, Your Honor. But sir, by an insulator, you don't... I think I finally got this figured out. The glove! Very well. Will the defense please present the relevant evidence? What was this insulator that was stuck at... It's the glove! Wait. Yeah, there it is. Okay, thank God. This! I found this near the locker, a thin rubber glove. But, we can't be sure that this is in the victim's locker. It has a tag that says SL9 incident, Your Honor. Oh. The video seems to depict the victim opening the locker. But that isn't the case. The lit lamp attests to this. On the day of the crime, even I could have opened that locker. Is this not so, Officer Meekins?
Wow.
Sir! It would appear so, sir! Whoa.
Whoa.
Order! I will have order!
So anyone could have been in that coat.
So you want me to believe, then, that the victim, whom this witness stabbed in the evidence room, was not Detective Goodman?
Yeah, it didn't have to be.
Do not be misled, Your Honor. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? The defense has merely demonstrated that possibility and nothing more. The victim in the video was indeed Bruce Goodman. The prosecution will offer no more testimony. Offer one more testimony to prove this. What?
What?
Officer Meekins, please testify about this. Yes, sir. Me? I'm not sure what you're referring to, sir. Oh! You mean that, sir? Of course! Is this a joke?
Doesn't feel like it, but...
Very well. Begin your testimony again. Mystery Man, number 2. There was one thing that...
What?
There was one thing that proves the man was a Detective Goodman, sir. To enter the evidence room, one must have their ID card. When an ID card is used, there's a record of it. At the time of the crime, the detective had used this card. Okay. An ID card, I see. I have the ID record right here, Your Honor. Okay. The ID used at 5:14 is that of the victim. Just before the crime. Yes, without a doubt, this is the victim's ID. However, one thing does strike me as unusual. Several hundred cases should have been due for transfer. Why were there so few people using this room? This particular evidence room is only used for storing certain special cases, Your Honor. Special cases? Extremely violent cases involving police staff.
Just hearing that makes my hair stand on end.
Me too, although it doesn't make much of a difference. There's only a few cases up for transfer there, and most were cleared up by noon. Right, I see. Now, let us move on to the cross-examination.
Yes, let us.
Alright, so we're gonna press this guy.
Sounds good to me, Luke.
There's one thing that proves the man was Detective Goodman, sir. To enter the evidence room, one must have the ID card. Is that the card hanging from your neck, one of those ID cards? Yes, sir. This card right next to my cuff, sir. I keep it here so I won't ever forget it. But what if someone were to steal it from you, keeping it out in the open like that? Maybe I shouldn't wear it around my neck? Remember when I said 2 out of 3 times when my tie gets stuck when I get out of my car? Well, the remaining time it's my ID card that gets stuck. Instead of the door closing, my ID card chokes me. Maybe I should just leave this one alone. At any rate, each police officer has only one ID card. Both the police department and the prosecutor's office can attest to this. All right, please proceed with your testimony. All right, so we've got Meekins doing his thing. So the first thing he said was, to enter the evidence room, you must use their ID card.
I can't remember which ones we already did hold it on.
Is that card hanging from your neck one of these ID cards? I might be repeating, but we left off on a save point. So.
Recap.
Yes, sir. This card right next to my cuff, sir. I keep it here so I won't ever forget. But what if someone were to steal it from you, keeping it out in the open like that? Maybe I shouldn't wear it around my neck. I remember when I said 2 out of 3 times my tie gets stuck when I'm out of my car? Well, the remaining time it's my ID card that gets stuck. Instead of the door closing, my ID card chokes me. Maybe I should just leave this one alone.
Wow.
At any rate, each police officer only has one ID card. Both the police department and the prosecutor's office can attest to this.
But if you keep it around your neck, it's easier not to lose it.
As long as you keep it, like, out of sight so somebody doesn't choke you with it.
Oh. Please
proceed with your testimony, Mr. Meekins. When an ID card is used, there's a record for it.
Hold it!
Let it be noted that this is the record the witness referred to. Let me see this. Yes, that would be it, Detective Goodman. Huh? What's the matter? According to this, Mr. Answorth, your name is on here.
Dun-dun-dun.
So it is, Your Honor.
Murmur, murmur, murmur.
Not that prosecutor again. Hey, maybe he's behind all this. Being a prosecutor, he could hide the evidence.
Mommy, is that man in blue a murderer?
Shh!
Don't stare at him.
You've got the wrong color, kid. It's not me.
It would seem the inquiry committee will want to speak with you again today, Mr. Answorth.
I have nothing to be ashamed of regarding my actions or their consequences. For now, let us continue with the cross-examination, please.
Oh, yeah.
Poor Mr. Edgeworth. Must be so difficult for him.
Wow, whose side is she on?
At the time of the crime, the detective had used his card. Oh, yeah? Earlier, I believe you testified that when you asked the man to show his ID card, he pulled a knife on you. Yes, sir! He didn't show me any ID card, sir, just a knife! Don't you think that's odd? I mean, if he had his ID card, all he had to do was show it to you. There wouldn't be any reason to draw a knife. Maybe he just panicked? Wow.
Yeah.
Everything stems from contradictions. Let's point them out.
Mr. Wright, what do you think?
What do I think?
What do you think, Mr. Wright?
I'm confused.
What?
The problem with this ID card testimony is far too obvious. It's not like Edgeworth 2's missing something like this.
You're thinking too hard about it. Come on, let's show them what we've got.
There's one other thing that proves the man was Detective Goodman, sir. Okay, so we did all this. I'm gonna go with my gut instinct and present. Let's go with the ID card.
Yeah, and ask him about that ID card, because that's what he was talking about.
No, that's an evidence locker. That's a videotape.
Where's
Come on.
Goodman's ID card?
There's so much stuff in this case.
Oh my gosh. Yes! There's too many items in the case.
Wait one moment, Officer Meekins. I'm not good at waiting, sir. I have the victim's ID card right here. I found it at the crime scene.
That makes sense.
When I say crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room at the police department. I mean the other crime scene. The underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office.
Gasp.
Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence to present. It's a very important clue regarding the victim's ID card.
A lost item report? It's only half complete.
But it shows that Detective Goodman had lost something on the day of the crime. Something important enough to fill out his report.
Oh my gosh.
Let me guess. You believe this something to be his ID card, correct? I can't say for sure, but there's a high probability yes. On the day of the crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying his card.
Dun dun dun!
Order! So now, what does this all mean exactly?
Yeah.
It can only mean one thing. It doesn't even require much thought.
Huh?
What? The man Officer Meekins encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman, but rather the man who stole his ID card.
Oh, wow.
Order! Does the prosecution have a response?
I have only one thing to say to the defense. Bravo, Mr. Wright. Bravo.
What?
Allow me to summarize the defense's argument. At 5:15 p.m. on the day of the crime, the man in the evidence room Officer Meekins encountered was not Detective Goodman. There are two grounds to support this. First, the locker in the evidence room was already unlocked. Second, the victim lost his ID card. Okay. Am I correct so far, Mr. Wright? I feel like he's patronizing us.
I know, it's weird.
Yes? What's he up to?
I know, right?
That being the case, we must inevitably arrive at a single conclusion. If the victim in this video is a fake, then the murderer in the evidence room is also fake. In other words, the security camera does not show the instant of the murder. Oh, that is... well, I guess that's right. Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Only moments ago, you seemed content to be putting your finger around content. This isn't going to end well, is it? Well, well, well. It seems you finally realized exactly what you've gone to such lengths to prove.
Whoa.
Explain yourself, Mr. Edgeworth.
I know, what's going on with Edgeworth here?
The defense has already done the explaining for me, Your Honor.
Huh?
The victim in this video is a fake, which means a murder did not take place at the police department at 5:15 on the day of the crime. So the real crime could only take place at one location, the underground parking lot.
What?
At the prosecutor's office, the murderer being Miss Lana Skye, the defendant.
Huh?
The evidence is compelling, Your Honor. A trustworthy witness. Observe the moment the defendant used the murder weapon. Ah!
What? Wait, just because he stole an ID card doesn't mean it wasn't a real murder.
Uh-oh. I knew that testimony was way too shabby. It was all a trap from the beginning.
The activity in the evidence room still leaves many questions unanswered. Who exactly was the victim Officer Meekins encountered? And where did this person disappear to? However, this trial's purpose is to examine only the murder of Detective Goodman.
Just so, Your Honor.
Mr. Wright, you have to do something or else, Lana!
I know. What do I do? How am I supposed to get myself out of this? Object anyway!
Object! And figure it out as we go!
That's right. One moment, Your Honor. What now, Mr. Wright? Don't tell me you're objecting to what you've just proven. Not at all. Of course not. But I almost walked into the prosecution's trap. What are you talking about? This cross-examination has proven one thing and one thing only. The security video did not show the actual murder. Yeah, so? I'm kind of confused too.
Okay.
Also, it didn't show him leave the room either. Showed the fight, but I don't see the fake Goodman.
Yeah, he never left the room. He never went by the camera again.
Interesting.
Wouldn't he have had to go by the camera unless he went behind the camera?
However, it cannot be said that it's unrelated to the murder in the parking lot.
Dun dun dun!
Specifically, large amounts of blood traces were found in the evidence room.
That's right!
What? The defense demands further examination into the truth of the matter.
Miss Edgeworth,
Yes, Your Honor.
if this court were to examine this further, other witnesses will be necessary. Is the prosecution prepared?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. The prosecution considered the incident at the police department to be unrelated. We have not prepared any witness for this incident. This just might be my chance.
Yep.
Time to call a certain Texas Ranger to the stand.
Mr. Wright, do you mean...
Your Honor, the defense would like to request a specific witness.
What?
Oh, whom do you have in mind?
Someone we have reason to believe knows the truth.
Oh my god.
The truth behind the activities that took place in the evidence room.
Uh-oh.
The prosecution requests to hear this person's name before deciding whether or not to comply.
Very well then, Mr. Wright. This person whom you would have testify, what is his or her name?
Okay, Texas Ranger.
Jake Marshall.
Oh my gosh.
Officer Jake Marshall. Why him? I can't let Edgeworth know everything just yet. He's in charge of the evidence room. I feel we should hear what he has to say. The prosecution agrees to the defense's request. Since he was responsible for guarding the room, we should hear his testimony. Fortunately, he works in the police department. We shouldn't need longer than 20 minutes to prepare.
All right, very well. The court will take a 30-minute recess while the witness is subpoenaed. Will the prosecution please prepare the witness during this time?
We will, Your Honor.
Court is now in recess. Everyone go play in the swing set.
Recess! Yay!
February 24th, 11:32 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 2.
There's no stopping you, is there, Mr. Wright?
Huh? What do you mean by that, Miss Skye?
You called for Jake Marshall. It seems you figured out everything.
Oh, I haven't figured anything out.
Lana! You're the one who knows everything!
Emma,
You always know everything! Why don't you just tell us? Mr. Wright is trying his hardest to protect you!
I don't recall ever asking for his protection.
How can you be so cold? Don't you trust us? Don't you trust me?
Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals.
You're just interrupting the Snow Queen here.
Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later then.
Wow, poor...
Whoa.
Wait, Detective Gumshoe! What is it, man?
Yeah.
Oh, you've got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run all around while on duty. And to top it off, call me here? I've seen happier people at funerals.
Sorry, Detective.
You better be, pal. Hey! 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 I didn't see you there, Prosecutor Skye.
That's okay. So, have you brought what I asked?
Oh, yeah. You mean this, right?
My apologies, Detective. Due to my present circumstances, I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name when making my request.
My name?
Never in a million years would I have thought it was you who asked me. Could I bother you to bring me the SL9 incident files? I'll need them by noon. Talk about crazy.
The SL9 incident?
But Lana, that's...
I thought Mr. Wright might need them, so I had them brought here. Here. You might do well to read them. They're 1 million pages long.
I can't believe you and Chief Prosecutor were a witness in that case.
Miss Skye.
No, that's me.
Ah.
Miss Skye was a witness? SL9 incident files received from Lana Skye. Well, technically we got them from Detective Gumshoe, but whatever.
Yeah, she basically used your name, though.
I know. Take it from me, pal. You don't want anything to do with serial murderers.
Yay!
Oh, what? Now that I've brought you your stuff, you're just gonna ignore me?
Emma, but why? Why is your name in here?
What? My name's in there? Oh, I don't know. Unless... No, it couldn't be. Lana, this SL9 incident, is that...
That's the classification number that the police filed it under. 2 years ago, the rest of the world knew it as the Joe Dark Killings.
Okay.
Joe Dark? No, Lana! No! That's over with! No!
Emma, wait! She ran away!
You know what? I just remembered. I gotta be somewhere. Sorry, pal, but I'm out of here. Yo!
Detective Gumshoe ran away. Jake Marshall, Angel Starr, Damon Gant, Miles Edgeworth. Not to mention Lana and Emma. Everyone involved in this case is connected to those killings from 2 years ago?
They're all murderers?
This can't be just a coincidence.
Knowing you might just be able to figure it out. Time to get back to the trial, Mr. Wright. Best of luck, even though I never asked for your help, and I don't care if you help me at all.
I better take a good look at these files. Also, why are you whispering?
Because I forgot my original voice for Lana.
To be continued.
What would I originally talk to her as her like? I don't remember how she sounded.
I don't know, but it's time for us to continue the case. February 24th, 12:14 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 9.
Yay.
Oh dear, I have to be Marshall, don't I?
The court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Hello?
Yay.
Emma didn't come back. Great. Means it's the K-Wing show. Allow me to call the next witness to the stand.
You're right. There are no girls in this courtroom at all. It's all guys now.
Great. The officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime.
I'm just gonna take like a drink of like water.
Oh, gosh. So I have to do a British accent, a cowboy accent, a Scottish accent, and a Phoenix Wright voice.
I'm gonna get some tea. Why don't I be Jake Marshall?
No, I'm really good at my cowboy voice.
Okay.
Witness, please state your name and occupation.
What name do you not want to do? I mean,
I don't know.
Okay.
Me, partner? Oh, I'm just a man, same as you, wandering the trails of civilization. Occasionally helping the elderly cross intersections when needed. Yes, we get it.
Oh, I know. You're a patrolman.
What is he drinking?
As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the howling wind calling it out.
Never mind. I'm not gonna ask.
To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor. Howling wind? I've never heard Edgeworth described that way before. Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime, yes? Is this correct? According to the papers, partner.
What do you mean?
A desperado's soul is as boundless as the desert sands. No paper can sum it up.
But you work there. It's your job.
Oh, boy.
Maybe it's best we get on with this quickly.
Tell me about it.
Please share with us your testimony on the day of the crime.
How is this guy not fired yet?
In plain old English.
Wait, you want us to talk in Old English? Oh, never mind, no.
407 minutes ago,
Yeah.
pasteth the timeth when the crime was committedeth.
There you go.
My job was to keep a wary eye on that bone orchard. They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style.
Nope.
Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at the street side saloon at the time it went down.
There's a saloon in town?
I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail.
You have... Oh, no, he does have a gun.
Yeah.
I can't say I particularly cared for your attitude.
I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Oh, snap! Wait a minute! What do you mean by 2 security systems?
Contempt of court!
I mean the security cameras and the ID card reader there, spiky hair. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those.
We are not a cowpoke.
Yes, well, about the fingerprint-activated locks on the evidence lockers. Fingerprint-activated locks? What kind of newfangled doohickeys are those?
He is in charge of the room. He doesn't even know about the fingerprinted logs.
He's not being very helpful.
He should be fired.
He's not good with machines or following orders.
Why is he at work there?
Everyone's got their weakness now, don't they, Mr. Prosecutor?
It looks like your weakness is everything, Jake.
Well, this one seems like trouble.
Yep.
Okay, Mr. Wright, he's all yours.
All right, here we go. The day of the crime.
Let's do this, Luke. We've got this. All right.
My job was to keep a wary eye on that bone orchard. Hold it!
Yeah, what bone orchard?
How exactly did you keep an eye on the evidence room?
Oh, the evidence room.
I just made sure nothing moved in the security camera monitor. That room's so still, even time dies in there. I was just a caretaker. Interred their recordings. You interred them?
Interred them? I don't know.
Videos of nothing aren't that useful. When the time would come, I'd erase the tape. If nothing unusual is recorded, tapes ought to be erased every 6 hours. Each time I erased a tape, it felt like I was erasing a part of my life.
What?
This guy has a flair for the dramatic, but it isn't going to do him any good. So, in actuality, you don't physically enter the evidence room. That's more or less.
Yeah.
They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Hold it!
Okay.
But you made your rounds on the day of the crime, right? Ain't you heard a word I said, partner? I told you that ain't my style.
But you did make rounds, though.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
I don't understand either.
No desperado I know lets rules get in his way.
But people with a job follow rules.
I know. No desperados? I know. Join the police force.
So, Officer Marshall, on the day of the crime?
Just between you and me, I didn't set foot in the evidence room that day.
There's a rubber glove stuck in the victim's locker. Do you know anything about that?
Sorry, partner. Can't say I do. I haven't been in that crypt in weeks. How does this guy avoid being fired?
I know!
Besides, the room is protected by 2 security systems. Okay, so we did that.
Yep.
If I remember right, I was at the street side saloon. Hang on a sec. What were you doing in a place like that? I was eating spaghetti. Not even Angel's steak lunches can beat that parlor's Vongol's pasta, something Italian.
Vongole Sapia pasta?
I got me.
Something like that.
You mean to tell us you abandoned your police duties to eat some noodles?
Yeah!
Not all desperados eat tacos, partner.
That's not what I meant. I hope this has at least taught you a lesson.
That's strange.
I don't think so.
This is usually where Edgeworth says, "Did you not want a raise this year?"
I know.
I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. Ho ho ho! Let's see. Okay, you think you're innocent?
Well, maybe Edgeworth is afraid of this guy.
How about this? Officer Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd that you being called in to testify like this? Now I got me speaking like a cowfolk.
This here...
After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime. And yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner. Gulp, gulp, gulp.
Gulp.
It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at the scene. Or to be exact, a handprint.
Dun, dun, dun!
Listen real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of that there crypt. I pay my respects, that is, make my rounds just about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints would be in there. That's not what I'm talking about. I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood.
Oh my gosh.
Witness, what's the meaning of this?
Yeah.
Your blood-stained fingerprints were at the crime scene.
What's going on, Jake Marshall?
The blood was wiped away. However, illuminal testing clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall? It seems to me there ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulders. I take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall? About the blood-stained fingerprints?
Very well, you may begin your testimony about your fingerprints found at the scene of the crime.
Another testimony.
Indeed.
Blood-stained fingerprints.
Wait, he's changing his testimony again. So frustrating.
Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in that evidence room. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the blood-stained handprint. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprints was by chance. The blood stained on the fingerprints are completely unrelated. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? How would you know he's wearing gloves?
How did he know he was wearing gloves?
See, I had nothing to do with it.
How did you know?
Objection!
Oh my gosh.
The witness's explanation appears valid.
You're fired, Judge!
This is the worst judge ever.
Although there's room for doubt.
Life wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner.
That's very true. The defense may now cross-examine the witness.
Yay.
This guy's hiding something. I can feel it. Us too.
Yep.
Now's my chance to prove it. Alright, so something about those fingerprints of his. Wherever he said that. Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in the evidence room. That's because you, how did you put it, pay your respects once a month? Yeah, that's right. That and one more thing. That there locker happens to be mine. What?
I mean, what do you mean?
I mean what I said, Judge.
That's Goodman's locker.
That's the locker I used when I was a detective. The locker I still use. All that's in there now, though, is a heap of broken dreams. I see. It'd be strange if my prints weren't all over that there locker. Apparently, his fingerprint data was never removed from that locker's programming. He must have been using the fingerprint lock all this time without even knowing it.
Interesting.
Marshall's fingerprints updated in the court record.
What? I'm so confused now.
One of them just happened to be at the same place as the blood-stained fingerprints. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprints was by chance. Okay. The blood-stained and the fingerprints are completely unrelated. Or didn't you know the murderer was... Hang on a second! How do you know that? I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up on them reports. There was a bloodstain at the scene, thought to be left by the murderer. That's right. It was found on Detective Gumshoe's locker. However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint. Oh yeah, I think we tried that too.
So that would mean the murderer was wearing gloves. Happened that placed their hand on the top of happened to that place the hand on top of the Officer Marshall's fingerprint.
That's the only logical conclusion, Your Honor. Are you starting to get the picture, partners? The picture? This seal of blood. In the desert, it's just food for the buzzards. There's only one reality, and that's this. The security tape.
Dun dun dun!
So as long as my trail isn't in there, you can't say otherwise. Oh, I hate this guy.
This is getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully where you're going with this cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now then, continue your testimony, Officer Marshall.
Too bad it wasn't me in that videotape, partner. Hang on a second.
What?
What do you mean by that?
You want me to tie this to the crime? You want me to you want to tie me to this crime, isn't that right, Mr. Spiky Hair? Huh?
Oh.
If so, that video is the only direct evidence you have. Oh. But that video is next to useless. It's full of blind spots. Blind spots? Places you can't see, Your Honor. The camera's panning back and forth. The floor isn't shown. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without being caught on tape. Okay. We don't have time for your speculations, Mr. Wright. Well, Mr. Wright, if you can show us evidence in this video that indicates Officer Marshall was present, please do so now. Show evidence.
Wait, we have the evidence?
I don't know. Very well.
Alright, I guess we'll think of something.
Allow me to point out your mistake, Officer Marshall. Tread carefully, Mr. Wright, or you might wind up being the one making the mistake. Now then, let's have another look at the video. No!
I don't want to look at it again.
I don't like the video. Is there a way to fast forward? Fast forward. Okay, still fast forwarding. The glove falls. Fast forward more. Officer Meekins comes in. Reminds me of Don Knotts. And he gets beat up. Fast forward. Nothing's different. Nothing's different. Nothing's different. Nothing's. Wait a second.
What?
Something's different.
What? Let's see.
The cloth is sticking out of the locker.
Oh my gosh. Somebody changed that.
It wasn't there before. Bringing our attention back to the security camera, again, is a mistake I'm afraid you'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall. The days are short in Texas, and so are our tempers. Could you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less? Sure thing. You can clearly be seen in this video! Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner. Not bad at all.
Whoa.
The key lies in a certain locker shown in this video. I knew it! Okay, so, right there. That locker with the white cloth sticking out, that was the witnesses, I believe. Now then, let's rewind the video just a bit. Still rewinding. There's Mr. Badger.
Okay.
There's KO'd Meekins.
Yep.
Man, you guys take a long time to rewind. Okay,
right.
so their argument is all these lockers had nothing in them. But you could see. Oh, the white cloth, it's gone! What was the meaning of this, Officer Marshall? When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away.
Whoa.
Gotcha. Order! I will have order. Hold your hold your horses. Sorry, partner, but you got the wrong man. So what if my locker was opened? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it there, Pilgrim. The murderer needed to hide something, so he opened a locker and stuck it in. It's not my fault he happened to choose mine. Oh! Wait a second. Why is everybody staring at me like I'm a wanted man? You're an idiot. This guy isn't just playing dumb, is he? Remember, all the lockers are fingerprinted to a specific person that works in the police department.
Yeah,
the only way he could open his locker is with his own fingerprints. So he's a moron.
Yep.
He really doesn't know? I hate to rain on your parade there, partner, but you're the only person who can open that particular locker. Oh, yeah? I call your bluff, partner. You say I opened that locker? Now prove it. Okay, you asked for it.
I don't know how we're gonna prove it.
Evidence locker. Only assigned detective's prints can unlock it. Present.
A fingerprint scanner? That's right. We talked about this earlier today. Were you not paying attention? Did you not get the memo? The lockers can only be opened by detectives they belong to. What kind of crazy talk is this? Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this. Oh, dear God, no.
In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There's even some people on the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks.
Yeah, like Marshall. So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less?
Whoa. He looks uncomfortable.
I only got 1 word for you, partner. No! Ho-ho! Got him.
Whoa, that was intense.
I know, right?
Order! I will have order! Witness! Explain yourself! Now!
If this is a joke, it's the worst I've ever heard. I assure you this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime.
Ole! Please answer the question!
What, is he now a bullfighter? I don't think the judge gets cultural references. That's all right, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure out the rest from here on out without you.
We can?
All right, have a look at these floor plans, Your Honor. There is no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall.
If that's true then, where was the witness?
It seems Mr. Wright has the answer. That's right. The only possible conclusion...
Well then, let's hear it.
What is the conclusion?
Where was Officer Marshall at the time of the crime? He can only be one place, Amber. In the place of the victim. Now we're getting somewhere. Officer Marshall was standing right here, Your Honor.
That's where the victim, Detective Goodman, was.
Correct. Unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in the video was none other than Marshall himself.
What?
It was you dressed up like Detective Goodman.
Whoa.
But that's preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he'd know for sure. Not true. May I point out that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman? He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted. Oh dear. When I entered the evidence room, I asked him to show his card, sir. Yes. How did Detective Goodman respond? He said they pulled a knife on me! It's the Luke Show with Luke, starring Amber occasionally. Something about the officer's story puzzled me. If the man had his ID card, why didn't he just show it?
Yes, he would have needed to enter the evidence room, Amber, so he must have been carrying it.
The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. What? As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on this ID card.
Oh, I get it.
If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realized the man wasn't Goodman. Do you have anything to say for this, Officer Marshall?
You've got quite an imagination, partner.
We got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence? He's still denying it. You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective like me. Unless you have hard evidence proving I dressed up as the victim.
I can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition.
I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining, Baldy.
Well, Mr. Wright, I'm angry for some reason. Do you have any evidence proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that Officer Marshall dressed up as Goodman?
Well, who am I kidding? I don't have anything like that.
I know.
I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems like you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat. Gulp, gulp. This can't be happening. So obvious he's the one. What can I do?
I don't know, Luke.
It looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed, right? I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When they've run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics. The basics? What in blasted you talking about? For me, that would have been what Mia used to tell me.
Oh yeah, Phoenix, try thinking outside of the box.
There you go, Amber.
I one line!
One line! Woo!
Woohoo! Yes, that was so satisfying.
That was worth it. I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise.
Try looking outside of the box.
But rather I should look for the evidence that came about because he was in disguise.
Yeah!
Why do you think this locker was opened in the first place?
What do you mean?
There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance he might be discovered later, as it has been. Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker.
According to the defense's argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. Then after the crime was committed, he opened up his own locker for some unknown reason.
The fact that the white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that he opened it in order to put the cloth inside.
So then, just what exactly is this piece of cloth?
Perhaps the video is the key to all our unanswered questions. No more video. I don't have any evidence, so this video is my only shot.
Very well. Let's take another watch of the security tape for the 4th time. After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker to put away the white cloth. Perhaps the video will show us the witness had to open something.
Yep, something like that, Chief.
All right, you know what? I'm just getting tired. We'll just fast forward. What is different? What is different? What is different? Okay, there's Marshall. There's the glove. Here comes Don Knotts. Don Knotts interferes. There's the fight.
Yep.
Fight's happening. Wait. Well, the only thing that's different is there's blood on this guy's shoulder, so why not?
Yep.
Please be right. For some reason, you disguised yourself as Goodman and entered the evidence room, though I don't know what to what end just yet. Yet? However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When asked to show your ID, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked. And the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood.
A bloody white coat!
You couldn't just walk out like that. So you hid the coat in your locker. Oh!
Oh, that's why he was in his locker.
Not bad, partner.
Oh my gosh!
Whoa, that's kind of impressive.
Oh my gosh, we were right.
Now then, Officer Marshall, are you ready to tell us the truth?
Looks like I underestimated y'all. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. What? 2 years ago. If you were only half as persistent then as you are today, we all wouldn't have had to be here now. Now would we? What? Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did. All of it. All right. It seems the time has come. What? Marshall's confession.
Yeah, the time already came, but you weren't accurate, so you have to do it again.
I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out. And managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. So it was an assault charge.
So the supposed victim was really you?
But there's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor of the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be? Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess is he's the donor. It was way too much blood for such a small donation.
Yeah, I know.
Marshall's confession. Oh boy. I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him, I plan to take out the evidence. And so, let's go back and actually press him on the first statement. Hold it! Alright. When you say it, you mean... Do you even have to ask, partner?
Yes.
The SL9 incident. 2 years have passed since that case was closed. It was going to completely end with the transferal that day. Not if I have anything to do with it. That incident's not over. But what did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room? When a case is closed, only that case's lead detective can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself one more time. No matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner. That case is mine. But Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why does he care so much about it?
I know, right?
That day was my last chance. That's why
That's why you what?
I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I plan to take out the evidence. Hold it!
Whoa.
Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman?
This is getting intense.
If I didn't make it to look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transferal, I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere. So you did it to fool the security camera. And the detective's ID card. I stole that morning on the incident.
Whoa.
So that really was why Goodman started filling out the lost item report.
Oh.
I returned his ID card. I left it on the floor in the prosecutor's office parking lot. The ID card I found was left there by Officer Marshall. So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight.
Huh?
What do you mean, partner? I mean the fingerprint activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open the locker yourself. But he could, because a rubber glove just happened to get stuck in that door. That means Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out. Oh yeah? You pulled a knife on him, bro, and tried to drive him off?
Yeah.
Let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for more than a few minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time. Officer Meekins certainly is one in a million type of person.
Yep.
Mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to be shown his ID. I'll have to think a little more about his raise this year. When did Edgeworth get so much influence?
I know, right?
Anyway, he threw himself at me and I ended up cutting him slightly. My bad. I'm sorry it had to turn out that way. With me knocking him down and everything. By the way, what happened to your knife?
But Officer Meekins was right. That guy was suspicious.
Yep. Oh, you mean this one? I don't know what to say. So you knocked the Officer Meekins out and managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on camera. Hold it! So you did your research beforehand. Those who go into the desert unprepared don't live long enough, partner. I didn't think it would make a difference, though. The security tape is erased every 6 hours. If all had gone as planned, no footage would have even been left, because he would have erased it. However, you bloodied your coat in the struggle with Officer Meekins. If someone was in the security room when I came out, the jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there. What was Officer Meekins doing at that time? What else? He was sleeping like a baby. So what you're saying is on that day, there wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. But the blood found at the scene certainly indicates a crime took place. What are you, blind? The victim shown at that tape is me, and I'm not dead yet, partner. So you stole the evidence from the locker? Actually, no, I didn't. Why not? When I opened the locker, The evidence was already gone.
What?
What? Mr. Adsworth, where is that evidence?
It is still missing, Your Honor.
Whoa!
Detective Goodman's locker was already empty. Someone else stole the evidence?
What?
Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing? Fire away, partner. It's a free country, after all. And just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer. Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID, injuring a fellow officer? These are no small offenses. Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. It can't just be forgiven with a simple cut in salary. Not that salary cuts are ever a valid solution.
Yeah.
Ugh. Like I said, this isn't your case. This one's mine. And I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with.
The witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more.
Yeah, what does he mean it's his case?
I just can't forget about the SL9 incident. You know why?
Why?
But that case was solved 2 years ago, wasn't it?
That's right. That's the reason the evidence was stored in the evidence room.
Joe Dark was convicted for his crimes. At least I think that's Dark, or Darky, I don't know.
Yeah.
One thing I can say for sure is he deserved his sentence.
I think it's dark.
I remember Mr. Dark's case. It involved serial murders, did it not?
I don't intend to complain about how it turned out, but there's something that still bothers me to this day.
Huh?
Something went down at that trial. Something no one will ever talk about.
What happened?
I don't know. That's why I'm trying to find out. Why is he so concerned with that incident? Maybe I should present him with what I think is the real reason.
The real reason?
I had a feeling he'd wind up here sooner or later. Everyone involved here is related in some way to that case. I better take another look at the files.
So we have a file on why he's related to it somewhere?
Yep.
I had stole the detective's ID, dressed like him.
We're probably gonna have to present, like, the case that Lana gave us.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, okay, no murder. Can't just forget. So this is the last thing we can do, so we'll present all this.
I guess.
That's my guess. Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident.
Because it's a big case?
Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice there, partner. Cactus juice? I have the SL9 incident file right here.
I think it's like a health.
The name Marshall is mentioned here. Ugh. In a list of murder victims. Neil Marshall, are you related to this man? Neil Marshall? Yeah, I'm sure you've heard the name. 2 years ago, he received the same lousy prosecutor award that you got.
What? A prosecutor?
Must be talking about the King of Prosecutors Award. Now I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did. That's right. He was killed. And the case fell into your hands.
But what's his relation to you?
He was my brother.
Oh.
He was investigating the murders with Damon Gant and then the deputy chief of police.
Whoa.
The group of detectives I was part of worked under them. We were desperate to prosecute the killer.
Whoa.
Oh, there he is.
Oh my gosh.
Joe Dark. My brother fought Dark and was killed in action.
Oh my god.
That was the first time Dark left behind any evidence, and that was all we needed. He was arraigned and incarcerated. The case was finally closed. At least according to the public records.
What do you mean?
My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark. Hang it.
His name was Joe Dark!
Yes, I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight. And that's it? That's your reason for your insane actions? There's more to my brother's death than what the records say there, partner. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me.
Huh?
Well, at least one thing is for certain. Now we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime.
It's true.
That was the last day of the SL9 case. Could be reopened, Your Honor. Not satisfied with its resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room.
But how did Detective Goodman die?
I have no idea. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled. Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. The things that happened by chance never cease to amaze. At exactly the same time as the murder at the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on at the police department. Chance? It's gotta be more than just that.
So if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder in the prosecutor's office parking lot is the real one.
Oh my god.
Which in turn means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye. But wait! A verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial. Which is why I examined the incident at the police department today. But there's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday.
Huh?
There yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department. It seems to me this boy's got a draw on you, partner.
Whose side are you on, Marshall?
All the mysteries at the police department have been resolved, no doubt about it. Our sole murderer took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Miss Skye. And the testimony of one Miss Angel Starr is completely incontestable.
What?
If you have a response, make it single word or less, please. Ugh. Ah! I rest my case.
Wow.
It seems this trial has reached its conclusion. There's no room for doubt.
Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time disproving the alleged murder at the police department. Dang it! There's no doubt what I proved today is true. The apparent murder on the security camera tapes really was a fake. What I didn't realize, that would end up proving Lana guilty.
Well, what about the bloody handprints, though?
That was all for something else.
Now then, the time has finally come for the verdict. This court finds the defendant.
No!
Who said hold it? What? Where'd you come from?
Your Honor! Wait!
Emma?
The defense has an objection! A scientifical objection!
Scientific?
Right!
What do you mean, right?
Mr. Wright, are you this girl's guardian?
Your Honor, in a sense?
Please, Your Honor, all I'm asking is for a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Mr. Edgeworth, please.
I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3.
What?
I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incident referred to the Joe Dirt killings.
Now that she mentions it, the name of both Skye sisters were in that file.
But that's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day. So I knew his fingerprints had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing, the other handprint.
You mean the traces of blood found on Detective Gumshoe's locker?
But no fingerprints were found in it, right?
No, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue. So I ran over there and I looked at it again.
So did you find something?
No!
What?
Sorry, I guess I'm not too much of a scientific investigator after all.
Well, at least you said scientific right this time.
Thanks.
Is that all?
Please don't be mad. I'm just a high school student.
And I'm just an attorney.
But Mr. Wright, these traces of blood are the only clue that we have. If we can't find something wrong with them, please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional after all. If anyone can save Lana, it's you.
Me?
Oh boy! Time's up! Now then, Mr. Wright, with regard to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain?
It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. Okay.
Wait, but why did she take the stand? That was
I
weird.
have no idea. Because this case is never gonna end, Amber, that's why. Looking at the floor plans, a handprint, not a footprint, was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this?
Mr. Wright, I'm sorry I can't be of more use. But still, if you can't find anything wrong with that blood mark, Lana will be...
Please answer my question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day. I tee off in 20 minutes.
How is Emma helping at all?
Yes, Your Honor. If I ever needed to concentrate, it's now.
We have to get the judge to his golf game.
I know, right? What could be wrong with that handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker? Could there be something I'm missing?
What about testing for DNA evidence?
I object. I don't know. This handprint left at the crime scene clearly shows a contradiction.
Dun dun dun!
The only thing that seems to clear is your grasping at straws, Mr. Wright.
You've been staring pretty intently at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them?
Yes, this is strange. Take a good look at these floor plans. Something is missing. Missing? You mean something hasn't been drawn on there? Yes, something that when drawn will completely change the meaning of the blood mark. What?
Huh?
Let us pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. Very well, Mr. Wright.
With all the evidence here, there's got to be something I can use.
Well, I always felt like there should have been more blood if it was a bloody handprint.
Right. The question is, which item can prove something is missing in the floor plans?
Oh my gosh.
The badger?
What? The glove? Maybe there was more blood under the glove.
No, I remember this case was really weird. I really think it's supposed to be the badger.
The badger? What?
I don't remember. I'm just going with my gut instinct, okay?
Gosh, oh my gosh. I can't believe this.
What about that piece of plywood? The blue badger, mascot of the police force. Defender of truth, guardian of proof. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Please look at the floor plans. I know it's kooky, but it's the badger.
Maybe the badger had blood on him and we painted over it?
Please look at the floor plans of the crime scenes. The blue badger is not here. So watch what happens when we put him in.
What?
This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime.
Wait, it's the blue badger's handprint?
He did it! Well,
what?
ah! That's right. So long as the blue badger is dancing here, it would be impossible to place a handprint at this spot on the locker. I told you it was something crazy.
But
what?
I don't understand anything that's going on right now. Why wouldn't you just move it to the side?
So that means, just what exactly does that mean?
I have no idea.
It means it can't be done.
What are you saying? Blood traces were undeniably found on that locker.
Don't look at me. I didn't put it there.
Mr. Wright, think it through scientifically.
I don't want to. Emma.
On that afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the blue badger to the evidence room, right? After he put it down, it would be impossible to leave a handprint on the locker.
So the handprint happened before. So that means this blood mark was left before the blue badger was brought in. Yeah, that's common sense.
Just one moment. I will not allow such far-fetched balderdash in my courtroom.
Boulder Dash.
It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation.
Dun dun
On
dun.
February 21st, in the police department evidence room, blood was spilled not once, but twice. But how? One time was captured on this tape, taken by the security camera. Officer Meekins cut his hand, from which a trivial amount of blood fell. The problem is the other time.
What?
Yeah, the other time.
I'm so confused.
Someone bled prior to the struggle shown on this tape. It had to have been Detective Goodman when he was really murdered.
What?
That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claims, defense.
Oh my gosh.
The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be a fake. That is true. However, that doesn't explain the blood mark found on the locker. Wow.
Oh my gosh.
So then, assuming this murder you prompt really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves when it occurred. When did the first incident occur?
Whoa, before 5:15. But wouldn't it have been in the security tape?
To summarize the defense's claims, that prior to the Officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall, who was posing as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in that very same room.
Wow.
That's right. The blood mark on the locker proves this.
Very well, then tell us about this locker. When did the first incident occur, as Miss Edgeworth said? Proof must be presented.
A lot of P's. Proof that shows when the murder took place. There's only one piece of evidence that can show that.
Huh?
Now then, will the defense please present its evidence that shows when the first crime took place?
Oh, it would have been before, what's his name, brought in the...
Do we have more than
Badger.
one ID card?
Oh.
We only have one ID
we have
card.
one ID card, and we have that ID card list, though.
Let's go with this.
Okay.
This is the proof. It's quite simple, you see. If it's so simple, then don't get it wrong. Huh?
It was an acceptable excuse. Why wouldn't need police? What?
The first crime took place before the blue badger was brought to the room, right? Say, when was the blue badger actually brought there anyway?
Don't we? Oh, you were right.
Don't we have a bunch of chart with
Yeah.
or something?
Yeah. Proof that shows when the murder took place.
Oh, yeah.
There's only one piece. Okay, so it's the ID list.
So that was when he brought it in.
Will the defense please present its evidence? What shows the first crime?
You're correct, Amber. I was off.
Oh, that's okay.
I was close. I mean, it was ID something, so this is the ID record. If the crime took place inside the evidence room, then the killer would have had to enter it. And in order to do so, an ID card would have been required.
An ID card. Oh! The ID card record!
Officer Meekins brought the Blue Badger panel into the evidence room at, let's see here, 4:50 p.m. If the crime took place before that time, then it would be 4:40.
440! Wow!
Edgeworth committed the crime?
Miles Edgeworth? Just what have you done?
I never would have figured you had the nerve, boy. Drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure out it couldn't have been me. Nope. I ain't getting it.
I'm afraid I don't understand either.
It's clear from the luminal test that the blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Marshall failed to notice the blood. That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer. I would have just had 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible.
That would mean The crime must have taken place before Mr. Edgeworth entered into the evidence room.
Let's look at the chart again. So 420. There's only one other number, and that's all sevens. Talk about a lucky number.
But wait, that doesn't make any sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room?
Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer.
Huh?
That's the only plausible explanation. He went in with 77777.
Yeah.
Mr. Edgeworth, please look into this ASAP.
But where's the videotape of that?
Find out whose ID number is 7777777.
That's 17 too many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of that ID card, at least at present. What?
Huh?
Explain yourself, son. The ID number belongs to someone with a rank of captain or higher. Someone who is a so-called executive officer. We don't have any authority to inquire into such a person's identity.
It's a court of law.
Yeah, but that's ridiculous. Just how? I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There is one situation in which can be granted such authority.
If an official charge filed against an executive is accepted.
An official charge? You're all alike, aren't you? With all your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how the prosecutor's office operates. Wow.
Wow.
I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate it if you would keep your slander to yourself. Slander, is it now? All right. Let me ask you a question there, son. Yes. Not to you, to her, the defendant sitting over there. Your own little executive. Lana? Don't be stupid. She's being charged with a murder. Of course we've looked up her ID number, and it's not the sevens. Don't play me for a fool, partner. That's not what I want to ask. All I want to know is one thing about that incident.
The SL9 incident?
Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence?
Oh my gosh.
Do you need the witness to repeat his question, Chief Prosecutor?
I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth.
2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. At the time,
Occasionally, we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least, I did.
Uh-oh.
Lana! I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. But before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law.
Defendant, just what are you saying?
I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in the court? Can you look me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say that you did?
Chief Prosecutor, you didn't!
I don't have to, Officer Marshall.
Why won't you answer him?
Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict that he deserved. But Lana! Even if it involved forging evidence.
Whoa.
What?
The judge is like,
Well, you're going to jail now.
see, that's what I'm talking about, ladies and gentlemen of the court. No. No!
Wait, so that guy was put
Order! Order!
executed on false evidence.
Lana's remarks caused such a stir. The chaos in the courtroom could not be quelled. The conclusion of the trial would have to wait until the following day.
Oh my gosh.
Alright, now this is getting interesting.
Why did this happen in the first episode?
I know, right?
So, like,
It's kind of crazy.
why did we have to wait so long for it to get interesting?
Alright, February 24th, 3:12. Wright Company Law Offices.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said.
Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict that he deserved.
Wow.
I didn't know. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dark killings.
Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings but me.
Lana wanted Dark convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me.
What do you mean, what happened to you?
It's all there in the file. Joe Dark's last victim was Prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence.
But what did you have to do with those killings, Emma?
On the night Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me.
What? He tried to kill you?
Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me.
So that means you...
Yes, I was a witness in the Joe Dark trial.
I didn't see that one coming. Whoa, alright.
It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of the year, too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day, unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together when she finished her work. Then suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office.
Joe Dark.
It seemed like he was running with someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up.
Jake Marshall's brother.
Joe Dark tried to take me hostage, but before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then...
What happened?
I'll never forget it. Lightning struck and the lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can see it right now.
A permanent picture?
I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall.
So you weren't able to testify about that?
No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why Lana... She made up the crime.
Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence?
The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it.
Edgeworth?
Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean, it's all my fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would ever have happened.
So it's true. Even though he may not have known it, Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence.
After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold, like she is today.
She must have not been able to face up to what she did, especially not to her sister. Alright, permanent picture. What did you see in the instant that crime occurred?
Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife.
Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl?
I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently, I passed out.
When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms.
Poor Emma, you've been through so much.
I couldn't bring myself to testify about that incident. Testify about that instant. Oops. I tried, but the words just couldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good.
2 years ago, you must have been 14. That's understandable.
Oh, she blames herself for everything. Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator, and then I want to be able to fight crime with my testimonies, and find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way Lana would never have to forge any...
I see. I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. But there's still something that bothers me about that crime. Something puzzling. There's something that's puzzling me, Emma.
What is it?
You said you were in Lana's office at the time, right?
That's right.
Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor?
Oh, there's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day.
Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police?
Of course! This happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office.
Why did he run all the way over to your sister's office?
Because the detective offices and the questioning room are right across from the elevator.
What? Across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she?
No, silly. Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective.
What?
She was the best in the entire force.
Nani? That's news to me.
After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor.
Lana used to be a detective? I'd better have another talk with her. Oh, man. Okay, this is what we've been waiting for, ladies and gentlemen. Things have finally started to get interesting. Hey, what's happening, gamers? Welcome back to Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney Trilogy for the Nintendo Switch.
Yeah!
Special shout out to our friends over at Capcom for providing a copy of this game and sponsoring this Switch series.
Oh, yeah!
So make sure you guys hit that bell to be notified when more Ace Attorney arrives tomorrow at 3 p.m. because the rise from the ashes will never end!
It's rising! The Phoenix has been burning for a long... The Phoenix is ash now.
It's here. Alright, so...
There is rain outside, also.
Yeah, there's a downpour, so if you guys hear, like, rain and stuff, the cloud just, like, opened up. So, we talked to Emma on all points yesterday, and we're gonna head to... We have a couple options. We can go to the parking lot, we can go to the police department. I want to check in on the detention center, see how Officer Meekins is doing.
Yep.
I feel bad for the guy. Hopefully he's been freed now.
I know, he was just doing his job.
I know, right? And he actually got wounded, so... Well, that's not Meekins.
Her, the Ice Queen.
Yep.
Lana. I forgot what it sounded like.
Well, that's Emma.
Lana. Oh, Lana!
There you
Sorry. Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble.
She sounds like she has a cold or she's trying to sound cool. Falsifying evidence? I didn't think you were the type.
Criminals don't mind playing foul. Why should we? But Lana, if you're wrong, then an innocent person might be found guilty! Believe me, I understand the risks.
Lana! Emma told me about you.
Huh? Oh,
About how you were a detective 2 years ago. And how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office.
that's right.
Could you fill me in on the details, especially about that unusual change in jobs?
I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright. because your name is Wright.
Yes, that's his name. His name is Mr. Wright. Today's trial. A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today, not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one from 2 years ago.
Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be.
Yeah, they used to date.
That trial! It really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana! I believed that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth!
It couldn't be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul.
Well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15, there was no murder at the police department.
Tell me it's not true, Lana! What the witness, Miss Starr, said!
Yeah!
About you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife! Lana, I don't understand! Why won't you tell us?
Emma, this doesn't involve you, just me.
What? I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so phased before. Okay.
Okay, so she wants to go to prison forever? I don't understand.
I don't know.
What is her problem? It's true. I was a member of the police force 2 years ago.
She was amazing!
They still talk about all
Emma.
They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together.
Chief Gant?
He was the deputy chief of the police back then, but he still worked the crime scenes. Damon Gant. He was everything that I aspired to be.
They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filed.
Emma really idolizes her big sister. But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened?
I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was
To gain experience investigating crime scenes so that you could use that experience in court, right?
After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office.
Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago.
So they did something corrupt and then they both got a promotion out of it. Wow. 2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark.
Second in command? That means the investigation lead was Damon Gant, right?
Yes. Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office and the same investigations.
They even had the same office?
We led a team of the best detectives on the force.
Going back to the same picture again.
I know, over and over and over again. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place.
When he tried to murder Emma.
Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark.
You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me.
Now you tell us!
Why is she making her job 1 trillion times harder? Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So he waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down and then fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself.
That's where he found me.
So you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana?
It appears so. I was filing some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. Ugh! When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor, and I smelled blood.
3 bodies? Prosecutor Marshall, the victim, Emma, who had passed out?
And the suspect, Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious.
What did you do?
To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her there.
Can't blame her, after all her sister must have gone through.
I'm sorry, Lana's just depressing. Maybe I should pick a different voice for her.
Probably.
After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest.
Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident, correct?
That's right. Quite a coincidence.
I don't buy it.
What are you saying?
There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident. Just by, quote, chance.
But that case was solved 2 years ago!
At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved.
Officer Marshall, yes. His actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely.
I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark.
Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories.
And that case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right?
Yes, in the office that Damon Gant and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself, the chief's office.
Maybe we should have a look at the chief office, at the site of the final SL9 murder.
Alright, I'm thinking that Gant may have done it because...
What?
Because he occupies the office. I don't know. I feel like he could have been the... What if he was the serial killer?
What?
I don't know. That's what I think. I think he could have been the serial killer because he could have just set that other guy up. I don't know.
Okay. I don't see Detective Gumshoe anywhere.
Maybe I'm way off here.
I mean, interesting guess.
Things seem kind of quiet around here today.
You're right. The chief of detectives seems the same, though.
I am sorry my Lana voice was so depressing. I wish I could go back in time and change it.
Why don't we go look for some other people to talk to?
Right. We can come back here later.
How about not my sister?
I guess we'll go police department entrance. Those guys are still there telling that joke.
I know.
Ah! Howdy, Bambina.
What in the world, Bambina? Why would you call us Bambina?
Because he doesn't want to say Bambino, because that has to do with a guy, so it's reverse.
Oh, Mr. Marshall!
He knows her, so...
Oh, he's talking to her. I thought he was talking to you.
I never thought things would turn out this way when I woke up this morning. Oh, I don't...
Que sera.
Okay, yeah, so Spanish.
So, que sera.
You never know what life will lead you, eh, Bambina? I should have known my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning.
I'm pretty sure it means what shall be, shall be.
Yeah, yeah.
Billy!
I don't know if it's Spanish or if it's a Latin.
Oh, it's definitely Spanish, I think. Yeah. I think.
I don't know. It must be his pet cactus. Say, where are you headed exactly? Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation.
Yeehaw!
It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back.
What?
Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, partner. He's gonna get fired.
Oh.
But, Mr. Marshall, why did you do it?
Why do prosecutors head west? If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth, it was this one. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. All right.
Oh, he was gonna have one last meal before turning himself in.
He's just gonna get fired.
Oh, okay.
I don't see him going to jail.
Okay.
Someone was fishy about that trial from the beginning. I mean, he could go to jail for, like, trying to steal evidence, but not for very long. Maybe, like, 3 or 4 years.
Okay.
It wasn't just me, either. All the detectives thought so, but he can't get a job in law enforcement ever again, I think.
Sadness.
I know. What do you mean, fishy? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence that we found. For example, the murder weapon. A murder weapon? You mean that switchblade knife with the broken tip, right? That was Joe Dark's, all right. But in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised.
A question?
The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wounds the victim sustained.
Dun dun dun!
What does that even mean? It means there's a good chance that knife was not the murder weapon.
Whoa.
What? However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased.
So forged evidence.
Interesting. Could the facts have been concealed with forged evidence?
Whoa.
That case left behind scars on all of us.
Oh, the scars that the SL9 incident left behind!
Oh my gosh, I just thought of something. What if there was a serial killer, but somebody took that opportunity because they knew there was a serial killer and ended up killing Jake Marshall's brother and pretended it was a serial killer killing him?
The only way I can think of, if it wasn't Dark who killed him, like now you got me thinking it is Gant.
Yeah,
and maybe he was behind it and,
what
you
if
know, the guy
Gant-
found out.
Yeah, what if Gant wanted to get rid of his brother?
I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. Actually, he looks kind of better looking
I'm
than...
sorry, but, yeah.
I just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together.
Well, I mean, at least he's not wearing crazy outfits.
How old was he? Your brother?
He was 27 at the time.
So young.
He was awarded the highest honor that very day. The highest honor? You mean the King of Prosecutors. I knew it! What are you looking at me like that for? It's an honor for a prosecutor. Mr. Marshall must have really been close with his bro.
The day the SL9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as...
That's right. It was the day of the evidence transferal. Interesting.
Whoa.
It was drizzling like that morning, and by nightfall, there was the thunder. I can't believe 2 years have gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die. Apparently, someone tried to stop you.
Yeah.
Detective Goodman was already murdered, and the evidence locker was empty.
Oh my gosh. Okay, never mind. I just thought of something else.
There was something going on behind the scenes in that there case. We all knew that already. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of.
Save one.
Miss Starr was fired, and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny little room. What about Detective Goodman? If they did something to him too, the commissioners would get suspicious. Nope, they were careful enough not to be too obvious. They?
Who are you talking about?
Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Damon Gant and Lana Skye. Whoa.
Oh my gosh, I just thought of something. Okay, I'll tell you later.
The investigation lead Damon Gant and his second in command, Lana Skye. Oh, now we get some more info. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. That case was the biggest step in both of their careers. After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office. Oh, now I'm doing it. She transferred to the prosecutor's office, right, Mr. Marshall?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. And Damon was the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen.
It's hard to see the word changes for the speech bubbles.
She's never been the same since she left. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Skye was totally different when she was a detective. Now that he mentions it, Emma said something like that too.
Tell me! What happened to my sister?
Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out. Lana's secret. It's all started 2 years ago, eh?
Oh my gosh. Okay, you want to hear my theory, or okay, I'll tell.
I really believe she was in love with one of the brothers.
Yeah, I think that.
So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy, partner? It was certainly enlightening. There's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used the falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict. But someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gant.
Yep.
Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today anyway. Oh wow, he's just drinking the whole thing.
Yep.
Too bad I won't be around to work with you when you become a real scientific investigator.
Aww.
Adios, Bambina.
He has a soft spot for her.
Wow.
Probably because his brother used to date her sister, I think.
It could be, yeah.
Okay, my theory is that Damon Gant, did something really bad, like murdered someone or something, and then he wanted to blame it on a serial killer, so he got Lana to think that she was falsifying evidence to put a horrible person away, but in reality she was falsifying evidence to help him get off.
Okay.
That's what I believe.
This place is always pretty empty, but today it's deserted.
That must mean everyone's busy solving crimes.
Oh, you're looking for the others. They're all in the conference room. Huh? Oh, thanks. Wow, he actually talked to us.
Yeah, he's always sitting there.
With the chief prosecutor saying what she did and the decision about what to do about Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention our statement to the media in tomorrow's trial. There's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. I think festive is the word usually used for those.
Oh, I use chaos.
Yeah.
Sir, we'd like to have a look around Chief Gant's office.
Oh, just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor.
Oh, thank you. Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything.
You're right. You can't go in there. It's off limits.
What? Why did you ask that, Emma?
Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office.
He just said whatever.
He can't go.
Let's go.
I'm so confused.
Why is there a massive organ?
That looks like a really old,
Yeah.
old style organ.
Oh, he's evil.
Oh my god.
Why would you have an organ?
Only evil people.
Whoa, where am I?
Dracula's, cave.
In the chief's office, silly. At least that's what it said on the door.
Check out that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it?
Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Buck.
Wait.
I thought I was a genius till they tried teaching me.
Wow.
I never could remember where C was, though.
Oh no.
Ah!
Oh, it's you two.
Oh my god.
Chief Gant!
He's evil!
He put that paper he was reading in his desk. Oh, so righto. Have you been swimming lately?
What?
No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately, doing my job. I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too with Mr. Marshall's misconduct. And Lana's, provocative statement. Provocative statement? Oh, you mean about that forged evidence. 2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies. See that big picture on the wall over there?
Yep.
Now I do. That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me. So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. We took it to commemorate our work together. Something's not right with this picture. I can't quite seem to... Oh! The vase!
Oh my god.
It's the vase from the police office! The evidence room!
So he killed...
I don't know, but I can't seem to put my finger. Yes, you can! The vase is there! The vase!
Yeah, the vase.
Wow. That's from Arkham games, people.
Wow, gaming has taught you so much.
No, Batman. Anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention, being the chief and all. I'm going to lock up here, so let's go out together.
Oh, but this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it?
That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore.
Oh, yes there is.
All the same, we'd like to have a look around, Chief. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore.
And I said, do you have a latte maker?
Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend.
Alright, you take him. Okay.
Wow.
Looks like we are welcome.
It seems that case isn't over with yet after all.
What do you mean?
Chief Gant denied our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us poking around in there.
You mean like a clue?
There's got to be a way we can get inside the chief's office.
I'll throw a rock through the window.
I don't think that'll work. It's a high-rise building.
Oh.
That wouldn't pan out very well. February 24th, Police Station Criminals Affairs Department. Oh no. Hey pal! Detective Gumshoe! Aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? I'm just taking a breather. My feet hurt.
From sitting so long?
Actually, from serving everyone coffee.
Oh, poor Gumshoe.
Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop. Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? Nope. Why, do you ask? He's under fire for both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battles between you two in court. That sounds serious.
Yeah.
Is it because of what my sister said?
That's basically what it all boils down to, yeah. Oh, that falsified evidence 2 years ago. Ouch. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood.
But he didn't do it.
Yikes!
Oh. But why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged.
Yeah.
Lana Skye is the guilty party here, is she not? Regardless, he's a prosecutor and he's responsible for evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there have been a lot of rumors going around about him. His amazing talent as a prosecutor keeps him safe from those who don't like him. But now with this...
Are there really so many people who hate him?
In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know of for making enemies.
That's true.
Hey, Dick, keep up the good work. Yes, sir. Let's go out for lunch again sometime. My treat. Yes, sir. You gonna take me back to that joint sometime, all right? Yes, sir. It seems you don't have any problems with enemies. Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all his pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth might crack. Okay.
Ooh.
That's the extent of my accents, people, just so you know. Actually, I took a look at the file earlier.
I can try stuff.
I have an Indian one yet.
Oh my god.
Yeah, but it... I don't know if it'd work in 2019. While the coffee was brewing...
It worked in 2016.
Oh, it's hilarious. I did a great Apu.
Yeah. Between 2006 and 2016, it worked. Not anymore.
Yeah. He seems generally concerned for Edgeworth. Well, did you find out anything? The only evidence Dark left behind was during his final attack.
We reserved it for indie games.
His final attack, you mean... when he killed Prosecutor Marshall. He was trying to protect some girl.
Me!
It seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was that girl. That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all.
Wow, what was it?
Let's see. I think it had something to do with the murder weapon.
Huh?
I forget. Look, it's all written here in the file somewhere, okay? His powers of recollection never fail to impress.
Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory.
Okay. Which one is the murder weapon again? The switchblade, right?
I guess, even though that's fine. Oops.
Oops.
Or is it?
Or is it? About this. Hey, is that... it has a tag attached to it that says SL9, bud. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon that you were speaking of.
What are you doing with that? Ever since that case was closed, that knife's been locked away in a locker.
On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker and was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler.
That's it! Now I remember with, what that incriminating piece of evidence was.
Huh?
When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me. Haha.
Well, what is it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again!
Okay, so he remembered something. The murder weapon.
It is hard to forget things.
This knife, it was Joe Dark's, wasn't it?
That's right, I think. We traced it back to the store he bought it at, plus it had his fingerprints on it too.
But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right?
That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken.
You don't have to take a good look to notice that.
Well, anyway, take a guess where the broken tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in.
Where was it?
The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body.
Oh my gosh.
It was found deep inside the stab wound. Oh, that's sad.
Did it match Dark's knife?
Oh,
You bet, down to the last fiber.
That's pretty conclusive.
Neil's autopsy.
alright, I just
Switchblade.
am thinking about other possibilities, how that could have gotten in there without it being the murder weapon, but they're all dark.
I know.
Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was, just your run-of-the-mill businessman.
A businessman? What made him take to serial killing?
One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car.
With his car? So it was an accident.
An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal.
Huh?
An animal?
He killed a man that witnessed the accident. Then he killed a lady who saw the second crime. Kid walked by, then he killed him too. Then when he was, jogger came upon the scene and was killed as well. Finally, he turned himself in.
Wow.
Seems he was a pretty careless animal.
Oh my gosh.
Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence.
So he turned himself in.
Yes, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim, the prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily, Dark was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed.
That last witness?
Emma.
Oh.
Well, there you have it, in a nutshell. That's all I know.
Can I ask you one more thing?
What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask the chief.
Hey, he can lend you $50.
I know. It's not money, but it does concern the chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where the prosecutor was murdered.
The chief's out now, and his office is locked. But we'd like to have a look around, if that's okay.
Well, any detective ID card can unlock the door.
What? Really?
But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with a breach of trust.
Breach of trust?
Simply put, I'd be canned.
Oh.
Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you.
How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's.
That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died.
Oh.
So in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office.
I wonder if there's something we could show him that would make him change his mind.
Something that we can show him.
Oh my gosh. I'm just having so many like thoughts about this. I feel like Gant murdered Lana's boyfriend. I feel like Gant murdered Marshall's brother. I feel like Gant did that, and I feel like he did it because he was like corrupt or something. Oh my gosh.
About that jar, I think I've seen it before somewhere.
Somewhere? Or maybe it's one of those memories people have from previous lives. This must be the most uninformative detective I've ever met.
Something about it makes me feel uneasy. It's like I'm in the chief's office and he's yelling at me.
Chief Gant?
It's because it's from his office.
Exactly.
Where could I have seen it before?
The office!
Office! Show him the picture, Luke.
Let me share a little advice with you as a detective. If you don't have a clue, keep your trap shut.
I'll keep that in mind. Okay, so...
We tried to show him it.
Yeah, he's not gonna help us anymore, so... Let's see, where else can we go? Underground parking lot? We've been to Criminal Fail. This is the only other place we haven't been yet.
Okay, I guess we'll talk to Angel or something.
February 24th, prosecutor's office. Underground. No one's here today, not even Miss Starr. Odd.
Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. That must be where the detectives are.
But we proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15.
Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case.
But instead, it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty.
Hang in there, Lana.
I've got to find all the answers by tomorrow.
It feels like Lana's trying to be honest, but then the people who were above her, who pressured her to do bad things, aren't being honest. So now she's gonna take the fall for the bad guys.
I wonder if Edgeworth is back yet.
There he is. It looks like he's writing something.
What? Why? What are you doing here?
Both of you. He sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor.
Yeah.
Tough day in court? I've had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me?
Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you.
That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings. So what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. Wow.
Are you referring to us?
There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict.
We don't have all day either, Edgeworth.
That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I can do will erase that fact.
We have things to do.
But you didn't know, did you? I mean, that the evidence was falsified? The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error, my responsibility as a prosecutor in charge of the case. That fact remains the same no matter what excuses I might have.
At least someone's taking responsibility.
Mr. Edgeworth!
I take pride in my work. So, tell me why? Why has it all come to this? Even Edgeworth can't keep his kind of emotion bottled up forever.
He's gonna start crying.
No.
Okay.
Are you up for the trial tomorrow? First last year's trial, and now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves.
But Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial.
Tomorrow is the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's my superiors are banking on. I've never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? The list of evidence, it seems short. Most lists run twice as long. It's only half as long as most lists? That is odd. After Neil was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time.
Stay! We just saw a picture taken around that time!
Oh, that picture! Something seems strange about it.
Luke, you got it right away.
Okay, so they want us to present the picture. This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office.
It has the vase.
Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He had just started making a name for himself.
Feels like the vase is upside down, though.
What? No.
Okay.
Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy.
Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me!
Yes?
The trophy that Mr. Marshall's holding! It's a little different than yours!
Yes, you're right. I remember now. Remember what? That was what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design.
A story?
Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us? It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on. Okay. What else do you have to talk about, Edgy?
I don't understand.
Alright, day of the crime. Could you tell us again about what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered. You were participating in a ceremony over at the station, right? I've never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one.
Because you were awarded this!
Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on said ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over here, over to the police department. You finished up at the office? Yes. Just odds and ends, clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is until I asked to take something back.
Take something back?
This.
Oh yeah! Chief Gant asked you to hold on to it, didn't he?
Yes. It was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office, probably so he could frame you.
How convenient!
That's the story we heard yesterday, too. Also, we now know that Edgy's car was at the police department. That's how Goodman's body ended up in the trunk.
Oh my gosh!
So he was murdered at the police station. So you came back here to find prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to? That's right.
Wait, what?
Mm-hmm. That's my theory. This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first means, I can never say that, halberd. The second means shield. Have you heard the story? Me? Oh, yeah, sure, everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it, though, for Emma's sake? Very well.
Okay.
Story time, kids.
For Emma's sake.
Yeah. Long ago in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor.
I think it's a halberd.
Ah! The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. Wait a minute! Those claims contradict each other! Very perceptive, but then again, you've heard this story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very descriptions of these items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless, and thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born.
So it's the sword of shield.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, I see! So the chipped shield and the broken knife symbolize...
Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words, but it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion, even if it results in something as ugly as this.
Wow! Thanks, Mr. Edgeworth! I learned something new today!
That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield? You'll have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the reward abolished.
Yeah.
Chief Gant? King of Prosecutors trophy updated. Interesting. Very, very interesting.
That's weird.
So we talked about the trophy.
Wait, where is Edward's office? Is it at the police department? Or is it at the police department?
No, he's the prosecutor's office. It's across town.
So why was his car? Okay, I'll have to ask you later.
I guess we can examine his room a little bit. I don't know.
Shadow the cat is dancing.
Oh, that's new.
Yep.
There is a crumpled up piece of paper on the floor.
But he mentioned that before.
He did? I wonder what he was writing before.
When we first came in here.
Come on, Mr. Wright. Let's take a look.
Yeah, that's not like, snooping or anything. Whatever. Are you crazy? Edwards is right there.
He's sitting.
Just distract him, and I'll check it out with my checkout glasses.
Hey, Edgy. Is that Detective Gumshoe out the window there? Oh no, he's falling to the ground. Hold on. First, let me see what this girl's doing crawling under my feet.
Oh my god!
He didn't even look.
He doesn't even care.
What? The letter of...
If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says letter of resignation.
No.
What? Resignation? You don't mean?
Oh no!
I'm tired, Wright. I feel as if something inside me has died.
But Mr. Edgeworth, none of it is your fault.
I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. So this is almost like a side story because he leaves at the end of Case 4 and then he doesn't appear again until sometime midway through the second game. So this is additional content. That must be an Elseworld story or something, I don't know. And the path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either. So, I mean, the fact that he was in this again, it was just kind of like, okay. Because they have an established, thing with his character. Uh-oh.
I know, right?
I think he's serious.
Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something.
This letter of resignation, I wonder if I can use it for anything. Phoenix! Letter of resignation, put in your pocket.
You could use it for his signature. If you need to compare.
Yeah, you can do that. Alright, what else? Oh, his teeth.
Well, it could be evidence for why they did it to frame him. Maybe they wanted him to resign.
Maybe.
Oh, cute! What a pretty tea set!
I go more for the instant tea bags myself.
Wow, instant tea bags?
Amazing! The drawer below is filled with packets of tea leaves. Okay, fine. I only have instant tea bags in my house also. They're all sorted by place of origin and flavor. Look at this royal blend! What an exquisitely splendid concoction!
There's such a thing as taking a hobby too far.
Yes! Tea!
Alright. Edgeworth, do you have anything else to say? Nope. Okay. Underground parking lot.
Do you like the dancing cat next to you?
I just hope that she doesn't get sick.
Oh, yeah, you're right. I better not make her dance anymore. Excuse me.
Ah! It's her again.
Would you, either of you, care for a quarter-pound of roast beef?
Miss Star! I guess she's out of lunches. Out for lunches. Whatever.
You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who decided to get milk from a cow. Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago.
Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from the case was stolen. Okay, due for transferal. This can't be attributed to a mere coincidence.
Aren't you forgetting something? You know that little scene I happened to witness?
Oh yeah, the instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. Yeah.
No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten.
Miss Star's hatred toward Lana. It all dates back to the 2 years in the past. Okay, so...
Yep, she's Very expressive angel star. Joe Dark. That's his name. I'll soon not forget it. I won't forget his name. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Hot gravy is steamy?
Mm-hmm.
Poor old Jake Marshall, though he must have been going through torment.
You mean because of his brother's demise?
They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate.
Her? Wait a second! Jake was Lana's boyfriend? What?
Lana Skye.
My sister!
The best of the best were put on that SL9 case. Of course, they were led by that legendary duo. Lana and Chief Gant.
Oh,
Emma.
Lana and Chief Gant, you mean?
Words.
Wait, what? Who's Jake? The cowboy?
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Wait, that legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out.
You mean with the forging of the evidence?
Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated.
Whoa.
Items our team never found would suddenly appear, while other items then were kept secret.
But you don't have proof that anything illegal was done!
I'm proof enough of what happened.
Whoa. Huh.
After that case, all of us save Goodman were relieved of our duties. Most even without so much as an explanation. Then Lana Skye transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor.
Whoa.
Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor.
Nothing's quite as simple as it appears.
Huh?
Lana Skye was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter.
She was being used? Ooh.
I always thought that. Chief Gant used her, I think. Damon Gant and Lana Skye. Gant led the investigation with Lana second in command. They were the best.
They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they?
Damon Gant's magnetism in particular was almost unreal.
His magnetism?
By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He produced the most incredible evidence in the cases that he handled. Interesting.
Incredible evidence, you mean...
Ah, yes. There were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him, though.
I take it she's talking about forged evidence.
Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her.
Oh, really?
Oh, yes. Myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake.
Oh, never mind.
Mr. Marshall!
When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would have ever recovered from this shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating.
Miss Starr!
That's why I'll never be able to forgive her.
Wait, so instead of Angel being the reason why Jake got better, it was Lana.
Why did she have to turn so cold after that?
Interesting. Being used. Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she?
Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence.
Chief?
That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as the chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control. and then no one could stand in his way.
The prosecution office.
The prosecutor's office.
Ah, knew it. What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred?
If he could control the chief prosecutor, then he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along.
Whoa.
But how could he control Lana? I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude there must have been a reason for her to change.
At last. I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Star.
You listen to me, rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been.
Alright, so that is everything for her. Where are our options to move now? We can go to the
I kind of like
detention
Angel
center.
Star's hair color. It's kind of between blonde and brown. It's kind of like very...
Yeah, she
cute.
looked kind of different before.
I feel like she looked more evil before, but maybe now she's kind of growing on me, like, she's kind of nice.
We really need to investigate the police chief's office, though, but we can't.
I feel like she's trying to hang on to an old thing that happened that was bad. She's doing whatever she can to try to make it right.
Gumshoe again. You're back. Yeah, we're back. You're still here? I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ.
You're a DJ as well?
If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey.
Oh.
Oh, that DJ!
I've never heard a desk jockey called a DJ before,
Me neither.
though. That's new. I gotta admire your persistency, but my answer's still no.
Huh?
I'm not letting you in the chief's office, period. It'd be my neck on the line. That office is the last crime scene in the SL9 incident. I have to take a look in there.
There's gotta be something that we can do to make the detective change his mind!
I have one thing.
Won't we get him fired?
Yeah, probably, but I have a feeling that this is what we need.
Never mess with a detective when death is on the line.
Or when his friend is about to quit. And what's this crumpled up piece of paper? No way! Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious! Is he ever not serious? I can't believe they've pushed him this far!
Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible!
When I first met him, I thought he was as cold as ice, too. But I know the difference now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence. But we betrayed him. Well,
Detective!
that's it. I've made up my mind.
But...
Here, take my ID card. We can't do that. If someone found out...
they wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report!
Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. What? So at least let me do this, for Mr. Edgeworth's sake.
For Edgeworth!
All right, detective. Thank you. Gumshoe's ID tucked swiftly into your pocket.
And for Narnia.
For Narnia! Okay, he's not gonna say anything else to us. He can just say we stole the card. Finally! The chief's office.
February 24th. Police Department Chief's Office.
There you go.
Here goes Mr. Wright! I mean, here goes Mr. Wright!
Click beep. Oh.
Oh my gosh, I've actually seen a giant organ like that, but it wasn't in America.
Mm-hmm.
We're in! If anyone finds us now...
Detective Gumshoe's a goner.
Yay!
If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out.
Why are you here, Gumshoe?
Ah! Why would he come in the office too?
Sorry, I thought you were a ghost!
I didn't even know you could slap a ghost.
I tried.
Ah, Detective Gumshoe! What are you sneaking up on us like that for? I wasn't sneaking. I was worried something might go wrong. So I came too.
But then you'll be caught here with us.
If you're here, then what's the point of giving us your ID card? Gumshoe's ID card crushed and rendered unusable in the pocket. Hey, don't do that to my ID card! Yeah, it's over. You'll have to get another one.
Oops.
I hardly ever get a chance to come in here. So I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now.
We're all in this together.
You really don't want to get fired, do you?
Nope, not if we're lucky. No, come on. Let's see what we can find out. I've got a bad feeling about this. Star Wars. Chief's office. That desk on the other side of the room, was that your sister's?
Yes, that's where I was waiting for Lana. On that day 2 years ago.
Is anyone using it now? No, sir. This is entirely Chief's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene. That's a strange reason to leave it there. He leaves it as a warning to anyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time. I see.
So, ever since Lana left, no one has ever touched that desk.
No one except Chief Gant. And the cleaning lady who's in here each morning. Still, 2 years have passed since that incident.
That's pretty weird.
There can't possibly be any clues. There can't possibly be any clues remaining. Yes, there can. Can I ask you guys something? Sure, what is it?
Why is the organ playing?
You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes? I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, right? Why do you ask? You don't think... Nah, you wouldn't be... No. No, there's no way. Never mind, don't worry about it. Okay, now then, let's look around a bit more. Hey, hold on! Not so fast, buddy! What is it?
What?
When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal!
It always does that to me.
Yeah, you just don't let it go at that. Sorry, this guy's starting to get on my nerves. Okay, so what's bothering you? You two don't think Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you?
What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him? I don't know. You have to tell me.
Chief Gant, so it's finally come to this. What do I think of him?
He's wearing some weird glasses.
Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings just yet. There you go, ignoring me again.
Oh, poor Gumshoe.
I'm sorry, Gumshoe. All right,
Sad puppy face, man.
let's have a look at the...
Examine the desk.
This was Lana's desk. Sure is tidy.
Lana's always been a meticulous cleaner.
There's not even any dust on it. It looks like someone's still keeping it clean. Does Lana ever come back here? Nope. Chief Gant must still keep it clean in memory of their partnership.
That's weird.
They were the stuff of legends. Does he keep it in memory of her or in memory of the crime?
I think Chief Gant is creepy. Oh, I thought that was her desk, the table.
Yeah. Look at the giant window. Makes you want to crash through it and jump outside.
What?
This is the 15th floor. I know, I was just saying. Yeah, I have that weird feeling too whenever I'm around heights.
Oh my gosh.
I just want to jump.
I was just thinking that.
Why
It's
is
so
that?
weird.
Why?
Probably because it's so fragile.
No, I mean like the whole point of wanting to jump off high places. Maybe I am Batman.
I feel like that's like part of it being afraid of heights.
Saying what? Ever since making Detective, I've always dreamed about doing something like that.
Note to self, Detective Gumshoe has a lot of dreams.
So long as he doesn't go crashing through that window
I know.
when he gets fired.
Don't say that!
I love how blunt Phoenix is. It's so great. Oh. These shelves are mostly empty. Lana must have cleaned them out when she transferred over to the prosecutor's office.
Yeah.
There's a small picture frame on the shelf.
Hey! This is when Lana and I went to the theme park!
Yep, she didn't take it with her. She doesn't love you.
She doesn't love me! Oh, Lana!
This was taken on that day 2 years ago, huh? The day Joe Dark ran out of the questioning room and tried to kill Emma.
After receiving his reward, Mr. Marshall took a picture here. Then went along with Chief Gant to question Dark. I bet he never knew he'd be dead just a few hours later.
Gee, you think?
Yeah, how would he know?
How very perceptive of you. Let's check out the organ.
The Chief's organ sure is a sight to behold. Occasionally we hear him playing it from the Criminal Affairs Department.
How creepy.
That's on the 2nd floor, and this is the 15th floor on an entirely different building.
Yeah, but organs can make a lot of... They're really loud.
When a detective screws up, the Chief calls them to this office and makes them listen to the organ for hours.
What? That's torture! What's so bad about that? Music soothes the soul!
After that, the detectives can't hear anything for days except for the ringing in their ears.
Oh my gosh!
So it's an instrument of punishment. Literally.
But aren't the Chief's ears affected?
He never listens to anyone anyway.
That's besides the point.
Maybe he puts in, like, those ear thingies, earplugs.
Mm-hmm.
This mark looks like some kind of flower!
Word is it's designed after the insignia on the prosecutor's badge.
Prosecutor's badge?
Yeah, it's like the one hanging from your collar, only cooler.
What? They have badges too?
The design's supposed to portray the severity of the punishment system.
No, now that you mention it, it does look all pointy and kind of painful.
But Mr. Edgeworth never wears a badge.
That's because he's a sharp dresser. A badge like that wouldn't go too well with his outfit.
So sharp dressers don't need to wear badges?
I guess everyone's just kinda lets it slide.
I don't see how that's supposed to signify severe punishment. Alright, now we're gonna do something a little bit different. We basically investigated all of this stuff, right? So now we're gonna go into our court record. We're gonna have a little bit of fun.
We are?
Yep. With spraying.
Oh yeah, I forgot!
Wow, first try!
Dun 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 dun!
This area must have been covered in blood!
Is this from that incident?
It must be! When Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered!
2
years have passed, so the reaction's kind of dull.
Oops. So a murder really did take place here, you think?
Either that or they were making, like, some kind of, delicious, like, meat from the market or something. You know what? Never mind.
Let's not go there.
I think there was somebody that, yeah.
Yeah, somebody who's no longer around. Okay, so I'm not seeing... There should be a splatter, though. If the person was killed here, there would be... I'm sorry to be gross, but it's just the Batman in me.
Wow.
There would be splattering.
This is not a Batman game. Oh my gosh.
Alright, let's investigate the other side of the room. Hey, what's going on, buddy?
This game is rated like E through T. I don't know what it is.
It's a T-rated game.
Still.
I just made it M.
No, you didn't. He's just... He's...
This is the real deal, isn't it? This armor and these weapons?
Sure is, pal. The Chief doesn't care for imitations.
What?
First the pipe organ and now this armor?
How creepy is he?
Do you know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone into this room?
You use taxpayer money for it? Isn't that illegal?
What? You mean we're paying for this? That's it! I'm not paying 1 cent of taxes ever again,
Even though I'm not even 18 yet.
You don't have any taxes to pay yet.
Oh.
Shh! Be careful what you say. Who knows? The Chief may be hiding in this armor as we speak.
What?
I don't think he'd fit in there.
He's really big.
Even if he did, He'd never be able to get back out!
Cut it out, you guys. You don't know how scary that guy can be.
Well,
Oh, wow.
Gumshoe is scared of the chief.
Oh, yeah.
You can see pretty far from the 15 stories up. If you were able to drop that suit of armor from here...
At first, the chief wanted to use stained glass for his window.
Really? Why didn't he?
They say he changed his mind because he wouldn't be able to see the view.
Oh,
Stained glass or not, it's a huge window.
Yeah, it still has like all kinds of detail on it.
Mm-hmm. Alright.
A safe.
Yeah, I see a safe. Let's click on that. This is a safe, isn't it?
Safe. That word is ripe with intrigue.
Okay, if you say so.
it looks like a code needs to be entered in this panel to open it.
Okay. A 7-digit number. I think I might just know what it is.
77777 maybe.
Do you know what it is?
I have a hunch.
Oh, I know. You want to try my birth date? It's...
We can try his birthday.
Why would it be Detective Gumshoe's birthday?
I have a better idea. Here goes nothing.
Wait, do you know what the code is? 7? All
No,
sevens?
I was just gonna do what idiots use for their luggage first, which is always 11111. Code error wrong. Okay.
I guess that wasn't it.
I was so sure that was the number.
You were?
No.
Maybe we should check the court record again.
Oh, a 7-digit number.
Yeah.
Okay, let's court record. Where's the court record? That's Goodman's note. What ID record? This one?
Maybe it's...
Oh, I see where you got that 7 number from. Okay, we'll try that one.
Yeah, the first number on there.
That's an easy code. All right, let's try this again. This is a safe, isn't it?
Safe. Yep.
It looks like a code needs to be inputted.
Let's try this again. Input number. I want your birth date.
What is your birthday, Detective Gumshoe?
It wouldn't be a 7-digit number, though, would it? Maybe it would.
7777777. I think that's 7 digits. It sure has a lot of 7s.
Whoa!
No way!
Bingo!
What number did you enter?
Whose birthday was that, pal?
77777. The final ID card number on that record. Probably missing a 7.
What?
The number of 3 mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day.
You mean 7777777? That ID number?
I think you're 1 7 shy this time.
Oh gosh.
This can only mean one thing, that Chief Gant's ID number...
Say, anyone care to look inside?
Yeah, we can look inside.
I mean, all he's missing is for him to, like, make... Oh my gosh.
Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away?
I want some.
Look, it's,
A shard from a broken cup?
Oh my gosh!
This somehow looks familiar. Where have we seen it before?
oh my gosh! There's something else in here too.
Amber's freaking out.
It's
What's this? It looks like a piece of leather cloth.
Like he's taunting people! He did it!
This is a handprint, isn't it?
Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. You think Chief made up the design?
I don't think so.
Oh, well, it was just a thought.
Is that it? This is what was in the safe?
Apparently so. It's empty now.
A piece of cloth with a handprint on it, and a broken shard from a cup. They look like pieces of evidence.
Oh, they look like pieces of evidence, don't they?
Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I just can't let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here.
Great. Now I have to prove their relevancy to get them. And how are these 2 items related to the SL9 incident anyway?
I know. Ooh, know.
What is it, Amber?
Come on! There's gotta be something we can show the detective. It's the piece of the pot!
Okay.
The pottery and the handprint is probably the same handprint as that handprint in the evidence room.
All right. Well, let's. We have a couple more things to examine first before we dive into the safe.
We don't have time. We have to go check it against the evidence room stuff.
Wow! Look at the size of Chief Gant's desk!
Speaking of that, when we were here earlier. Oh, it's you two! Chief Gant! He put that paper he was reading in his desk.
Oh my gosh, we need to get that out of there.
I wonder what he was reading.
Let's get it!
This looks like a list of evidence.
A list of evidence?
In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though.
Hey, look at those case names!
Uh-huh.
I need the case name.
SL9 incident. I wonder what this is doing here.
Hold on, detective. What did you just say?
Senator, what?
No, about the evidence list. Normally, they're twice as long.
That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence.
A half-size list of evidence? The list of evidence, it seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. What would the other half of the list be doing here?
Oh my gosh, she took the other evidence and hid it.
I knew it! The chief must be hiding something about that case!
It would appear so. Evidence list added to the court record.
Booyah!
Oh.
Oh, snap. The chief is in so much trouble now.
Wow! Look at the size of his desk!
We found this inside the drawer. A list of evidence from the SL9 incident.
Mr. Edgeworth had the other half of that list!
What would this list be doing
Oh my
here?
gosh, give it to Mr. Edgeworth!
We better look a little more into this. Okay, now, since we basically
Wait,
covered everything.
No, we're lawyers. We should take the list.
Oh yeah, we're totally stealing
Why
it.
would we
Borrowing it.
give it to Mr. Edgeworth? He's not on our side technically. Except for he is on the side of justice. Luke, let's see if there's any more stuff over here.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. When in doubt, spray everything.
What about the fingerprint stuff? We still haven't sprayed the fingerprinty stuff. Don't we have to spray twice?
I've sprayed everywhere. He didn't give us the, he took that one thing.
Fingerprinty stuff?
No, he didn't give it to us, see?
Oh, we just borrowed it.
The only thing we have is this vase.
Oh.
Try presenting him the vase. Detective Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar?
I remember when the three of us put that back together. Those were the days.
It's kind of early to be nostalgic, but okay.
Wasn't this jar a piece of the evidence from the case?
That's right. One of the shards had an SL9 incident sticker on it.
Doesn't this ring any bells? You know, that fragment we just found?
You mean this one? What was it doing in the safe?
Yes, that one! That was in the safe!
Detective Gumshoe, come on.
Wait a second.
Light bulb.
Now that you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Look, see if it fits.
All right, let's assemble the pieces.
Okay, if this doesn't fit, I'll eat my hat.
You don't have a hat. I'm wearing a hat, and you can't eat it because it's mine. Here, let me see that shard, and I'll take a crack at this.
Yummy!
Stop it.
Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do.
Mr. Wright, here's some glue!
If I can piece this together again, it'll prove Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes.
Oh, this is fun, Luke.
Nope.
Oh, fine.
Have
Well,
fun.
this shouldn't be that. I'll just push combine. There. That was actually really easy.
Give me that. There. It fits like a charm. That, of course, means Chief Gant will willingly and knowingly hide a piece of his jar in his safe?
Huh?
In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident.
But...
Hey, guys, get a load of this.
What is it?
That piece you just attached. It's different from the others.
Oh my gosh, it has blood on it!
Blood splatter.
Oh my gosh.
There's a reddish line on it!
A reddish line? That's blood!
I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this in his safe?
Because he's evil!
Unstable jar added in the court record. Now what?
Because he's evil and he's taunting you. Why wouldn't he just get rid of the evidence? Why would he keep it around? What kind of sadistic freak would do that? He must be so full of himself.
Well, the only other thing I can think of is, let's try to do...
He's like, oh, I'm just gonna keep this evidence around to troll people.
Safe? That word is ripe with intrigue.
Okay, if you say so. But how do we... Yeah, he didn't give us the cloth.
Okay, Chief Gant is completely corrupt, but there's nothing we can do about it because he's the chief of like everything, and he can fire everyone, and nobody can get him fired because he'll just fabricate evidence against them, and he'll just fire everyone who come across him.
He also has the
So there's nothing we can do, and even if we presented it, no one would believe us because they'd be like, oh, you must be part of the murderer, and it doesn't matter what we do. So basically, this is the end. There's nothing we can do.
I feel a lot better now that the jar's complete.
But it only raises another question. What was a piece of it doing in the chief's safe?
More importantly, why wasn't there any money in there?
I know!
Isn't that what safes are for?
I want some money.
I have a feeling the outcome of tomorrow's trial just might hinge on this. I try to give him this. Detective Gumshoe, I'd like you to have a look at this.
Hey, I know what that is. So you want to take some fingerprints?
That's a great idea, Detective!
All right, go to town. Yeesh.
All right, fine. We'll take fingerprints.
What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that?
Go ahead, take my fingerprints.
Why?
No, the cloth.
Oh.
It's not your fingerprints that we wanted to take.
Huh?
Oh, come on. This isn't the time for jokes. We're talking about that cloth that you hid.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I knew that. The one with the handprint on it, right? Sheesh. Where's your sense of humor, guys?
I'm just glad that someone is more blonde than me in this game.
Okay, Mr. Wright, let's check for prints.
All right.
Sprinkle the powder on the cloth, and then once it's been absorbed into the prints, blow the rest away.
What are you, my mom? I don't have to be told a million times. All right, let's get this over with. All right, so where are we gonna be? Oh, we can find fingerprints anywhere. So
Interesting.
let's go with a thumbprint.
But fine.
What? What's wrong with a thumbprint?
I just feel like it's the most unused finger. Like, you wouldn't, like, use it, really.
I use my thumb for a lot of
I
things.
know, but it wouldn't be, like, left on, like, something if you committed a crime.
Why wouldn't it?
I just feel like it wouldn't because your pointer finger would usually...
I gave it my best shot.
That kind of result won't be any good for matching prints, will it? Because it's like the side of your thumb.
But it doesn't look like we'll get a clear result from this print.
Okay, let's try a different finger that people actually use then.
Fine. There, this one.
Fine, we'll try it. I don't know.
I'm putting down the fingerprint stuff.
Oh wait, which finger did we get the fingerprint from before on the other hand?
I don't know. We're just doing all of this.
Alright, we're just having fun.
Yep. There.
Dusting for prints. Why is it? That's pretty good. I don't understand why you need to do it again. It's like stupid that they make you do it so many times.
There we go.
Whoa. Alright,
Okay.
let's see who's it.
It's not Chief Gant.
It's not Chief.
It's not Angel Stars.
It's. Oh my
Whoa!
gosh! Oh my gosh!
It's Emma's?
Emma, you're the murderer?
What? Did not see that coming.
Wait, what?
Oh my goodness. No, how can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here?
Hey, you found a match. So, whose fingerprints were they?
Huh? Oh, it seems the prints are too old.
Oh,
They aren't clear enough to get a match.
oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Dark's prints.
Psst. Hey, you! Over there! What? What's going on here? What are you, that kid's prints doing inside of the chief's safe?
Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now.
Here, maybe you should hold on to this.
Alright, piece of cloth added to the court record.
I don't understand.
Well, was I any help?
Of course you were. Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence.
Now, that's not very kind, is it?
Oh my god!
In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right, you in the coat? Chief Gant!
We didn't think you'd be back so soon.
Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. I was walking to my meeting. I happened to look out the window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Just then I thought of a certain detective. Do you mean me, sir?
That was so mean.
Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Oh, you in the coat? Me, sir? Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. But, sir...
Are they switching to a different system for IDs?
Now get out!
Ah!
Yes, sir!
Well, we'll be on our way too then.
Wait, you're the one without the spiky hair. You, the one with the spiky hair. Sorry. Don't go yet!
Oh, we're leaving.
Me, sir?
I'd like a word with you.
But, sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator yet.
You with the spiky hair, you're free to go.
Don't leave Emma there alone. Mr. Wright!
Emma doesn't want to be there alone, and I want to leave too. Grant is creepy.
Look, pal, I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. The chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you?
We said...
I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired.
Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said that.
Now that I've seen the evidence Chief Gant was hiding in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get the clear picture. But why was she kept eerily silent about this all the time?
Anyway, you listen to me. I'm gonna try to smooth things over to the chief again. Later, pal.
I don't know how that would be possible at this point.
After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions, so she'll be busy for the rest of the day.
What? Why would the police want to ask her questions?
I have no idea. Oh my goodness.
I see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning.
It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in the court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here.
But I've already told you all that I can.
What you've told me over these past couple of days
It's basically nothing.
is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing.
Thank you! Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. You'll have to think about it because I'm not going to be helpful at all. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman.
You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words.
Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous.
Huh.
It seems Edgeworth was right.
Edgeworth?
Once you're convinced that you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe.
Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story.
Alright, I feel like Lana likes Wright or something. Like, I don't know why when she's arguing with him like this. I feel like this is gonna be a Korean dramedy right here.
I don't know. Hey, what's happening, gamers? Welcome back to Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney Trilogy on the Nintendo Switch.
Yeah! Yeah!
Don't forget to like,
Woo!
comment, subscribe, and hit that bell to be notified when more Phoenix Wright arrives at 3 p.m. every day.
That's right!
Special shoutouts to our friends over at Capcom for providing a copy of this game and sponsoring this series, and it's time for us to jump back into the courtroom, I think. There we go. Lana! Keeping quiet. Oh. I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth, it's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. Yeah, she looks pretty stressed.
Whoa, she went to the side there. What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say? Whatever. So you think I'm protecting this person?
Protecting? No, I think you're afraid of is more like it.
Huh.
If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence.
For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, whom may I ask is this person that you're speaking of? The one I'm supposedly so frightened of? What is this person's name, anyway?
It's Jake Marshall. No,
Emma!
it's Emma, 16-year-old.
Wait, are we allowed to present other people for fun, or?
65-year-old man? Okay. It's this! Well, Miss Skye.
Mr. Wright, you are addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place.
I take it she's still not ready to spill the beans.
Don't forget your place and get out of my face! My apologies. Sorry, not sorry. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know?
Damon Gant.
We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective.
Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? Gasp.
His crimes?
Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did, specifically hiding and forging evidence.
Of course. These are serious offenses.
Hi, Shadow. Why is it, though, that the Chief Gant's name was never mentioned?
Chief Gant?
Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. Shadow, that's the microphone. The only party who could have possibly tampered with evidence was...
me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation.
Yes, you, but also one other, Damon Gant.
Well, if you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words.
Oh, I have more than words.
Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case!
Shazam! I think I just found this in a safe. In the chief's safe. Yeah, she has like a shocked expression. This jar piece and this piece of cloth.
I'm sorry, but my weird, like, extra things are really awkward, and I'm sorry.
Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. Boom.
The
person concealing evidence was none other than the chief himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him? It's probably because of her sister.
Touché, Mr. Wright. It's as you surmised. I cannot disobey the chief's orders. Even if it means being found guilty for murder.
Why not?
Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate.
In the murder of Detective Goodman.
Or perhaps I should say, follow orders. Yes, I think that's more accurate than cooperate.
Orders?
Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day.
I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car.
Creepy.
Yep.
So he murdered.
Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman.
Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk lock was broken, and I discovered that murder weapon was while inspecting the body.
The murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife?
No. When I found the body, this was the knife that was stuck in it.
Oh, so the SL9 knife. Okay. The knife from the SL9 incident. The serial killer, Joe Dark.
I couldn't just leave that knife in him. So I took it out and I stabbed him with another knife.
That would be Edgeworth's knife.
That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my own hand.
And that is the reason for the bandage on your right hand, correct?
This is so dark! Yes! It seems that I got blood on the victim's shoes as well. And then... she saw me just as I plunged the knife in.
Miss Starr, huh? Bum bum bum. Now it gets interesting. Why did you need to hide Drake's knife so bad? Ah, Dark, dang it!
Drake and Josh's knife.
Yeah.
It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that by whatever means possible.
So, you hid Dark's knife then?
Yes, his name isn't Drake, by the way. The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that.
So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it? In Edgeworth's exhaust pipe?
Right. Then I called my sister to tell her what happened and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler.
You asked Emma?
I didn't want anyone on this force to know about this.
That would explain why Emma is so confident. About Lana's innocence, I mean.
Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day.
A bad feeling?
The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall.
To Marshall? Why on earth would you call him?
The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person that I could trust. Or at least I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seemed that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own.
Oh, you mean...
Not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands.
He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He had already stolen the... Oh, that's you.
It doesn't matter. He had already stolen the ID, but it seemed like he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room.
Whoa.
After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared.
So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room.
I'm afraid that's all I can tell you.
But Lana...
You've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Now,
Shadow.
please.
Shadow, stop.
Don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow.
Tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. I've got to get to the bottom of everything.
I said don't pursue it in court, right?
Detective Goodman's real murderer. Still don't understand why he did it. And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago.
feel like this case is kind of stupid.
To be continued. Or not.
It doesn't make any sense. Yeah. Alright, I'm just saying, like, why would you commit murder just to, like, get a promotion for a job? I think that's the stupidest reason ever.
So he can control the prosecution's office.
But why?
I don't know. We'll find out. Alright, so we're back in the court lobby. This is the defendant lobby, alright, but there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? And where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if something's been happening behind the scenes. Oh, that was Edgeworth.
Ah!
Sorry. Edgeworth!
Your voice sounded different.
I thought it was going to be the chief.
I know.
Knowing you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the long 7 ID number is. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. It looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True, not yet.
That's right.
In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, Wright, and Chief Prosecutor Skye will be found guilty. But she didn't do it! I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here to hear what you have to say. This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw her out. The truth? Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid! That's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. What? If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, Wright.
Yeah, he's kind of like shooting himself in the foot by finding her guilty.
This is it. If I'm ever gonna find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now. Here we go. February 25th, 10 a.m. District Courtroom number 9. Oh, please go easy on my voice, Ace Attorney.
Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye.
The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor.
Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement.
What?
But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make.
What?
The chief?
He doesn't get to say anything! I refuse! I refuse!
Why does it always take so long?
Morning, folks. How's everyone doing? A.G. been back to the pool yet? No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work. That's a good one. Don't think I can top that.
If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours?
Right to the point.
And why would you do it at the witness stand?
Lana, that is to say, the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court.
She wants to do what?
Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request.
Yeah, after you coached her to say it.
In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble.
Yeah, it should save you time and trouble. Alright.
What's this all about, defendant?
I'd just like to make one simple request, and I'll be finished.
Well then, what's your request?
Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial.
Say what now? Huh?
I confess to all charges that are against me.
What?
On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office.
No, Lana!
No, you didn't, Lana!
Lying. She even has her fingers crossed behind her back.
Really?
You can't! Your Honor, the defense claim does not change the defense's plea.
In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services.
What? But Lana!
Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence.
Say what now?
I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please.
Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. The request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears that there's no further need to continue this trial.
He is so easily swayed.
Judge!
Even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise,
This can't be happening!
it appears the time for the verdict has finally arrived. This court finds the defendant.
What?
Who said that?
Edgy? One moment, Your Honor.
Mr. Edgeworth,
What?
The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would be certainly premature. Come now, Worthy. Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you, but why don't we just be good little boys and keep our mouths shut,
Maybe you should do that, Grant. I'm sorry.
I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant.
You tell him, Edgeworth!
What?
You go!
Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I am no longer the naive little boy you would have me be.
Oh, yeah! You tell him, Edgeworth.
With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal? Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness.
Oh? To whom?
As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye to the stand.
Oh my gosh!
I request the court hear her testimony.
Emma? Hold it! Mr. Edgeworth, I am exercising my right to self-representation right now. I don't think we need to
I don't care what you think, Miss Skye.
Huh?
The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it.
Very well, the court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant?
Worthy, you'll live to regret this. Mark my words.
Not if you're in jail, dude.
Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins.
Oh yeah, I know he's
wow.
so well spoken too. I love how Edgeworth phrases things.
Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation.
My name is Emma Skye. My occupation? Well, I'm Lana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator.
Student would suffice. 2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings, correct?
Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though.
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time.
Miss Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant?
Yes, it is most certainly is, Your Honor.
That's right.
Well, okay then.
I know, Shadow. He sure gave in fast. Now, please testify about what happened to you years ago. Hello, Shadow. Come here. Come to Amby. The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. I can't see because there's a cat in my way. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. Testimony 2 years ago.
I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall, he rescued me. But I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest.
It's a good thing you weren't harmed.
I passed out. I don't remember much.
That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, how does that testimony have anything to do with Goodwin's murder?
That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. You've got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence.
Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Here we go.
I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and he took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me.
Okay.
But I'll never forget what I saw in that instant.
Hold it!
Can you tell us more about that?
Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark, and just then, the lights went out.
The lights?
It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on, and lightning struck nearby.
So the electricity went out?
Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right?
Right, but just then, lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind.
I see.
I told the detective about what I saw then.
The detective?
Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case.
Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim. Hear more. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago?
Yes, that's what's so scary about this trial.
And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw?
Yes, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture.
A picture? Yes, I think she mentioned that before.
Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough?
Ask about the picture. This picture the witness drew, I believe it has a very important meaning, Your Honor. But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture.
Witness, would you mind if we added a statement to your testimony?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so...
I drew a picture of that scene once, but it seems to have been lost now.
Well, that's shady.
Where's our evidence list? There.
Yeah, maybe the picture is listed?
Mr. Edgeworth, this little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet, you would insist on denying its existence? Huh. Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may well be, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold!
Whoa.
This is the evidence list for the SL9 incident?
That's right, Your Honor. Please turn it over, Your Honor.
Turn it over. Turn it... Ah! What is this?
Oh my gosh. Whoa!
Yes, what is that?
Hey! That's it! That's the picture that I drew!
Indeed. Two men appear to be wrestling here.
What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list.
These lists, they're different from each other.
What?
It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. That these two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other.
So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half of the evidence on that case ever reached you.
Whoa.
What? What?
Oh my gosh.
Order! Order! But Miss Skye, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list?
Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor.
Oh, wait a minute. That's why he was killed. If this list was torn in half, then that means Goodman was the only other one who knew the truth.
Oh my god.
Your Honor.
Are you all right, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head.
If the evidence list were torn in half, then there might be more of drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. What?
Oh my god.
Yes, that's quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth.
It's possible. Let's see.
He's having
Is
issues.
something wrong? Do you even have to ask? I'm sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something wrong on the back of my list. He's a prosecutor and he never looked behind the page?
Oh my gosh.
What?
Wow.
It's that thing.
What?
The blue badger?
That's that thing? That thing that was dancing in the evidence room?
Clearly, this is an act of vandalism and work of a certain chief of detectives. I guess he was out of scrap paper? Evidence list restored and updated in the court record. Why is the
What is
blue
it?
badger on there?
I
Very
know.
well, witness. Will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago?
Huh? Oh, yes, sir, Your Honor.
What's wrong with Emma? She seems to be hiding, thinking about something when she was looking at that picture. Could jog her memory. All right. Witness's testimony number 2, Emma's picture.
This is the picture that I drew 2 years ago.
When she was 14.
The flash of lightning was so bright. All I could see were shadows, though. After that, I must have fainted.
Oh dear.
This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant.
Bum ba bum.
To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in one's mind.
Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw.
Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows that Joe Dark was about to murder Prosecutor Neal.
Or does it?
The
Wait, I
defense
don't
may
know.
now begin its cross-examination.
Well, you can't really see the people in that picture, though.
Mm-hmm.
They're just shadows. That could be Gant. That could be... I don't know.
This is a picture that I drew 2 years ago.
Hold it. Did you draw this picture right after the incident?
I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later, actually. At first, I was in such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything at all.
That makes sense. During that time, the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge, under the direction of Damon Gant and Lana Skye. 2 or 3 days later, the memory could still have been fresh in her mind.
Excuse me, witness. But can you please tell us why this picture is painted all black?
Yeah, I'd like to know that too.
The flash of lightning was so bright that all I could see were shadows.
Hold it! So at the time, you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall or who had come to rescue you. Whoops.
No, I couldn't see him very clearly. The lightning was so bright, and I was knocked to the floor.
You were knocked to the floor?
Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around, and that's when the lightning flashed.
Poor Emma. I'm just glad she wasn't hurt. What happened after the lightning flashed?
After that, I must have fainted.
You mean you didn't see the actual murderer take place? Murder. Yeah.
Well, no. I'm sorry.
The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Do you really need to torture this girl any further?
Aren't you the one who called her to the stand?
What? Me? Hey, I'm not the bad guy here.
Anyway, this picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant.
Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw?
Of course! This is the exact scene!
It wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detectives? Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright? No, of course not. Who would say that?
Yeah, that's what we're insinuating.
I'd better watch out or he might find some way to cut my salary.
I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives.
He doesn't even pay your salary, though.
So I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me.
Mr. Wright, is there something that's bothering you about this picture?
Huh? What? That's strange. She claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind. And yet, there's clearly a contradiction here.
This is the picture that I drew 2 years ago.
Don't really have... Wait a second! The knife is in the wrong place where he was stabbed.
Yeah, I mean...
He was stabbed from behind. Stabbed in the back.
Oh my gosh, you're right, Luke.
How could he stab him in the front? This is not right. I'm sorry, Emma. This evidence clearly reveals a contradiction in that statement, Your Honor.
How exactly are that evidence in the statement now just related?
They aren't. Wait, what?
Yes, they are.
They are.
Not at all. Mr. Wright, please think the facts over before making accusations.
But... The picture's wrong. I don't think that won me any points.
Okay, why don't you present it here? Wait, no, wait. Let's do the next statement. Okay.
Flash of lightning.
No.
After that, she must have fainted.
Okay, do that. Present it there.
I thought I did do it there.
No, you didn't. You did a different statement.
Oh, okay. Let's try here. Yep, the music changed. Good job, Amber. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction.
Blatant.
Dang it!
What? You pronounced blatant wrong? But I still remember it just like it was yesterday.
You're very cute.
Mr. Wright, go back to kindergarten. Perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy report?
The fact that he's being stabbed in the front.
I would do... I mean, it's also the knife, is broken.
That looks like a protractor. How's that a knife?
I don't know. Whatever you want to try.
The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see it's a broken tip.
Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright.
But Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See? The murder weapon, its tip is broken too.
If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body.
It was the conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer.
I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma. And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back.
You're right, Luke!
If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken.
Oh my gosh!
Ah! What is the meaning of this?
Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. Objection!
Why would the tip be in him then?
Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body.
Thank you.
If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there.
That's right. But what does this mean exactly?
Oh,
Back
yeah.
and forth. The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness' memory is mistaken. That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you are annoyed at the time, but she was sure she remembered correctly.
She was the only witness.
But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation.
the other evidence is wrong.
Have you forgotten already about a little something called falsified evidence? You're treading on thin ice, Mr. Wright. All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility.
Oh my god.
No.
Whoa.
Order! 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 Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted?
Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place the day of the murder.
Lana already said it was corrupted.
The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. During the questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in the story, there is a lie.
Oh my god. Lana already said the testimony was corrupted.
I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife that I saw.
If that's true,
But did he stab the victim with
then
it?
there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. What? There must have been another broken knife.
What?
What are the chances of there being two broken knives?
Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's.
Huh?
Could there have been one? There is another one.
Okay, let's go with it.
If the witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't just be explained away by simple observation error. Observational. Dang it.
Mr. Wright, it's okay. Don't worry about it. You're on the right side.
Nah, I see what you did there. In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife.
I assume, then, that you have some information about this other broken knife? If so, please feel free to enlighten us.
The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon.
Broken knife. A broken knife. Broken knife. We only have a regular knife.
We only have a regular
Or a piece of pottery.
piece of pottery?
I mean, we have that vase that was broken.
We could try the vase. I don't know where he's going with this, but okay.
I don't know.
If anything's broken here, it's you. Huh?
I'm sure this must all be very amusing to you, Mr. Wright. But may I remind you that the fate of Miss Lana Skye hangs in the balance?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Sorry, Your Honor. Please give me another chance.
Okay.
The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon.
Okay, maybe it's in that picture or something. I don't know.
You think it's in the picture? Okay.
Yeah. Like maybe.
The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right here inside this picture. This picture of the award ceremony. Wait. This is the... dang it. Who is this? This is the picture of the award ceremony. Ah!
Ah!
What is it, Miss Edgeworth?
It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall is holding.
Oh, it has a knife in it.
Oh my gosh.
Whoa.
That's a broken knife.
As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in the likelihood from this award.
Whoa.
Oh my gosh.
Order! Order!
Neil Marshall was awarded the King Prosecutor's Award that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out his knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation.
Whoa.
But that can't be! Oh, and why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because if the King of Prosecutor Award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean... this man raising the knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh! Oh!
Oh my gosh, whoa. Well, he was defending Emma then.
But the prosecutor was the one who actually died.
How did
That's
that
true.
happen?
What's going on here? It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions.
Hold it! I don't know who that is.
Wait! I remember now! I remember everything!
Wait, what?
Witness!
Mr. Edgeworth!
What is it?
Could you show me your evidence list again? Please!
His list? The one with that picture scribbled on the back?
Blue Badger?
I knew it! This picture... I'm the one that drew it!
What? You drew that?
That's right! The list wasn't torn in half at the time that I drew this picture!
Why is the Blue Badger in this?
At this time, all this time I've been trying hard to forget. It must have locked this part away deep inside me.
Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's testimony. Would you please tell us what you recalled, Miss Skye?
Yes, Your Honor.
First the knife mix-up and now the Blue Badger? This should be interesting. Yeah, why is the Blue Badger there?
Crazy.
Emma's recollection. Go.
When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and I rushed toward both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then there was another flash of lightning and that's what I saw. That's when I saw the Blue Badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow.
So a shadow that looked like the Blue Badger, or was the Blue Badger?
This is certainly most unusual.
Try impossible! The Chief of Detectives hadn't even designed him until this year! That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago?
Whoa.
Yes, very well. The defense may now begin its cross...
Hold it! Stop! Please! Don't pursue this any further!
Lana!
What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair.
But you can't do this! I've already confessed to the crime! Why can't you just leave it at that?
Chief Prosecutor Skye, we've already come this far. It's too late to turn back.
Silence!
Oh.
The defense will now begin its cross-examination.
I don't think we can.
Bailiff, please detain the defendant.
It seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter. It seems like it.
When I saw that man raise his knife.
Hold it! When you say that man, I assume you refer to Dark, correct?
Yes. At least I think it was him.
You think it was him. Okay. You think?
All I could really see were shadows.
The power outage that immediately preceded the incident is also documented in the prosecutor's office reports.
So then, you... go on.
I panicked and I rushed toward both of them.
Why would you do something so dangerous?
What else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall!
She seems convinced that Dark was the one holding the knife. But as we've just theorized, Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife.
But she didn't know that.
Well, I didn't know that at the time. When that dark guy knocked me down, all I could think was, I've got to help that other person.
Very courageous.
I think I knocked the knife away from... I knocked away the man with the knife.
What do you mean, you think?
It all happened so fast, and I was in shock.
Okay.
I don't remember everything clearly. What I did, it's kind of a blur.
Miss Skye was almost killed before she was a witness to a murder about to take place. With so much happening in a matter of seconds, a little disorientation is only natural.
I saw the man about to stab the other person, who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife.
What you did was very brave, young girl. So then, what happened next?
Just then, there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger.
Are you sure about this?
Of course. See, I even drew a picture of him here.
But it was the chief of detectives who thought up this hideous beast. And that was just this year. The blue badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable.
I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling that I'd seen him before somewhere.
I mean, the head shape looks interesting.
Yeah.
Now I finally remember.
Oh, brother, just when you thought that things had caused enough commotion.
Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing?
He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow.
Okay, well, there's only a couple things that could look like a shadow. We've got this, which didn't exist. And there's another...
There's something else that could look like the blue...
Maybe the vase.
Yeah, look at the vase has like ears.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Okay, so we have to rotate it so it looks like the blue badger.
So make it look like 3... Oh, you almost had it there.
What?
You want me to try it or no?
Does that look like a badger head? No. Wait, there.
Oh my gosh!
Here?
I think so.
I mean, that looks like ears. Does it have to be completely stable? Wait, why does it have this there?
Oh,
The dark red stain must be blood traces from the incident 2 years ago. Only the fragments found in Chief Gant's office still has lines remaining on it. Okay, that's not gonna help us. We need to make this look like a badger head.
If you move it like so the tip is only coming up a little bit.
Which,
Like
why don't you show me?
okay, like this. If you move it like you had it. And then only like the tip like that. See, it looks like a badger.
Like that?
Like this. See? There.
Okay. So then how do you present it?
I don't know. Zoom out. Present. Like this, I guess. Oh, sorry.
What did you do?
Sorry.
What did you do? What did you do? Okay, never mind. The mysterious blue badger was in fact this!
But that's... what exactly is that?
I believe it's some sort of jar.
It's a really weird shaped jar.
But Mr. Wright, that doesn't even look anything like the blue badger.
Indeed it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain old jar. However, what if you were to change your viewpoint?
Our viewpoint?
I've got to show them the correct angle to look at this form. Alright, so I was jumping the gun. I did play this a long time ago, so the ears need to be...
Going up.
How to rotate it? No.
There you go. Turn it. Good. And then have that thing a little bit peeking up a little bit. Just peek.
Peeking.
Like peeking
Oh,
up.
because
The
it
middle.
has...
No. You had it correct before.
Really? Because, I mean, he has that point right there.
No. Well, are you sure? Because... Okay, how do you rotate?
You rotate with... It tells you right there.
But this would make a shadow.
That would make a shadow like that?
You know what? If you don't want to rotate it, so I feel like this would make it... That's the same form as him.
Okay.
If I'm wrong, I'm sorry, then you can do it.
Well, try presenting it. See what happens.
Okay.
Well, is this a miracle or what? Well, it worked. No one can possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the blue badger.
Dun dun dun!
Whoa. No. It can't be!
Dun dun dun!
It's a jar. Order! Order! The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious blue badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this.
Although we all enjoy Mr. Wright's dramatic performances, one question remains. What's your point? What do you mean? So that badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything. I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything.
I'm trying to think of how it does.
Indeed. Very well, then please tell us.
Yes.
Changes the location.
Oh.
What's different now that we know the witness saw this jar?
Oh, because she was on the other side of the room.
The location. Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At a very specific angle, might I add, Mr. Wright? Yes, well, knowing this is where she could have seen this jar...
Where?
The location of the jar is shown in a picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on the shelf in the office of Damon Gant. But the body was found lying near Lana Skye's desk. The witness testified so herself. Yes, and it is these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Skye's office. It happened on the other side of the room in Chief Gant's office. But isn't that still their office? Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body? From Damon Gant's office to Lana Skye's desk, it's the same room!
Yeah, I know.
Yes! Why would he do that? There's no reason.
To set up a crime. Or something.
Exactly. What? If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason.
Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright?
There has to be something shady that was going on.
I finally figured it out. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying?
That would have to have been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit? Oh my gosh, the spear.
What? Ah!
A suit of armor holding a very sharp and dangerous-looking sword.
Yes.
Oh my god.
And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to been Neil Marshall, wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking! Yes, there is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room.
Another possibility?
What?
Of course, the perpetrator would have no idea, but nevertheless... I don't know if I can go through with this.
Mr. Wright, what's the matter?
If events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Skye knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall... Ooh!
Emma did it on accident?
Yep.
Whoa. What? No way! That's why Lana was trying to hide Emma? You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me?
Oh, man.
No!
Thud.
Faint.
I think she fainted. I never imagined her testimony would lead to this.
So it was the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with her own testimony.
Wow.
This is unprecedented!
I know. Where is Emma? Objection! What? What are you saying?
I'm sorry, Miss Skye, but given the circumstances...
Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. It's hard for me to think.
Motion.
How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her?
Imagine that coming from you.
Huh?
If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma had done, isn't it?
I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof.
Have
you're gonna
to prove.
Need it, yeah. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall?
Evidence?
I'm willing to bet that you don't.
Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this with the evidence.
If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony.
I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead.
Oh. Well, we certainly can't get that dead people to testify now, can we? This all has been a wild goose chase from the beginning.
Oh my gosh! This is crazy.
Touché, Miss Skye. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility. You mean there's still another possibility?
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yeah, what do you mean, Edgeworth?
I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life. In one manner or another.
That's impossible!
Well, Mr. Wright, this is the possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist?
I've got to think back to the court record. The real murderer's name that victim may have left behind, is in the evidence.
Okay.
This message from the deceased is already in our possession.
Yeah, it has to be. Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer?
Do not be mistaken, Miss Skye.
Huh?
Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There's only one thing we seek. The truth. No matter how painful it may be.
Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that conveys a message from the deceased.
You're breaking Lana's heart.
It would be the jar.
There's something scribbled on it.
The message is left by the deceased.
This is that blue badger from before, right?
Oh, is he going to just speak the killer's name?
As that thing could, it would. Looks like everyone's forgotten this is just a jar. A message was left here on the surface of this jar.
What do you mean?
If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on the jar. That's an A. Or an M. It looks like someone It looks like someone wiped the blood away. Yes, but notice, for some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away.
Yes, there's a line here, drawn in blood.
So what you're saying is connect the dots. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message. One that someone apparently wiped away. But blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions. Precisely. So all we need to do is connect these points, and the victim's message will become apparent.
How are we going to connect them? No!
Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us?
He's intrigued. Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains reveal us the answer. I've got to connect these dots to make letters. There's only one thing the victim could have written under these circumstances. His murderer's name. Okay, so how do... I mean, this is an E, obviously.
It looks like an E. Well, it's got a line through it. The only thing it could be is an E, or...
Yep.
It has to be an E.
Go like this.
Okay. Well, that is the... yeah, I think that's...
Connect this.
Clear. And then there's a line between that.
And...
There, those dots.
There's... Where? Oh.
And
Yep,
then,
there it is. That is pretty conclusive.
I don't know if we need to connect the rest of the E or no.
It looks... I mean, I'm not seeing anything else to connect.
Oh, okay. Alright. So I guess we're good.
Unless this is saying it needs to be connected there.
I don't know. I feel like...
I mean, it clearly says Emma, but...
Yeah. I don't know. That doesn't look good. Look, what are you...
I don't know.
No!
Let's try that.
Let's try that. Indeed.
It's a defense's attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. Last. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. There's her name. Emma. So this is the final message that Marshall left behind.
But why would he accuse Emma of it if it was a mistake? She didn't mean to murder anyone. Why would he accuse her in his last...
Of all the people, she may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life
was Emma Skye.
I don't believe it.
Oh my gosh.
I cannot believe it. I can't believe it.
Seaworthy, can't say I didn't warn you.
If he knew the whole time, then was he withholding evidence?
Chief Gant, I don't know. Do you understand the implications of what you've done? What? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in the case, were you not? Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. He was a serial killer.
He killed those other people.
Not only that, but you forged evidence to ensure his conviction.
No, you did. Yeah, Edgeworth never forged anything.
But Joe Dark was really a serial murderer. That's undeniable.
Murderer.
Murder. I'm afraid that's not important.
Yeah, it is.
Didn't you know we aren't defenders of justice? What? We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is not a light matter, even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery. Ultimately, the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite that, anyone may say, the facts cannot be denied. What's going on at the prosecutor's office?
They may have sent an innocent man to his death!
How could he just stand there like it wasn't his fault? Order! Order!
Whoa! The court is going wild.
Yeah. The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows. Wow.
What? To be continued.
Or is it?
Wait, you're continuing it right now?
It's only been 20 minutes.
Oh.
Time for recess! February 25th, 12:06, District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours.
I hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals.
Oh, great.
Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later.
Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it?
You've got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run all around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here? I've been happier dang it. I've seen happier people at funerals. I take it Lana's
having you run errands again?
Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here, she asked me to give this to you. If there was a break in today's trial.
Evidence law? Edgeworth was talking about this just the other day, so it's a book. You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule number 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department.
Is that right, Mr. Wright?
It seems so.
You could at least study some evidence law, really!
The chief prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message.
Shut it.
A message? No.
She said if you're planning to take him on, you're gonna need this book.
I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read.
Wait, you haven't read any law books yet?
Some lawyer. Evidence from law securely slipped in your pocket.
I'm sure he's read some law books.
It doesn't look like that book will do any good now, though. All that's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence.
That's where you're wrong, Detective. Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat? Despite all these allegations being thrown at me...
Mr. Edgeworth.
The trial, the real one, hasn't begun yet.
What? What else is there left to do? Your credibility's been all but ruined with this forged evidence you're unaware of. Lana Skye was found out unwittingly caused a man's death. And now, you're telling me you want to do more? You've got to be kidding me, pal.
You're missing the point, Detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there.
Huh?
What?
And we're gonna expose him, no matter what it takes.
Wait, what?
This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. Phoenix knows who it is. It's Gant. February 25th, 12:52, District Courtroom number 9. Oh boy.
Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes, Your Honor.
The inquiry committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions.
Thank you for the news, Your Honor.
Yes, well, normally this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness. But, this isn't easy to say. You see, there is some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have,
struck a bargain? You think I may have manipulated the witness?
I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone has been talking and,
Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution.
A solution?
That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses.
Okay.
What? But there's no precedent for what you're proposing.
Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, I agree. But a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say?
Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well. The defense accepts the prosecution's proposal.
Then it's settled. The defense may now call forth the next witness?
Mr. Wright, You do realize this is your last chance? If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over. The defense calls... The time's finally come to bring out the real murderer. Chief Gant!
Yes! Finally!
Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand.
Yeah, get over here.
Damon Gant? What does that have to do with anything?
He's evil. I know it.
As a defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor?
Very true. All right, bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand.
Oh dear.
What a great job, bailiffs.
Witness, please state your name and occupation. What is this, some kind of practical joke?
No, you're a witness.
I was just on my way to lunch. Your name and occupation, sir.
Not anymore.
Worthy, are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation, please.
You're making Edgeworth mad.
So, you want to play hardball, eh?
Please, Mr. Gant.
Fine.
My name is Damon Gant, and I'm the acting chief of police.
Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony.
Oh, righto.
What's with the grim face? First, let's clear up this SL9 incident, shall we? Oh, you mean that time when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already. There are still some things unaccounted for. Oh, like what? Like the role you played in all of this. Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. You are aware, of course, what a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons?
Why would you have weapons?
Sure, take my testimony for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. What? Is that true?
I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify.
What? Why?
Of course, such an action carries with it a certain risk. Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you.
You didn't warn us.
Very well. The witness may now begin his testimony.
Wow.
I really don't like this guy.
I know. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently, she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with this forgery. I don't know about that, Chief.
What if Lana fainted, or... I don't know.
Then what's your jar doing here?
Yeah.
Oh, it's on his testimony, sorry.
Wait, he said he had nothing to do with the... He had nothing to do with the crime scene.
I'm jumping the gun.
Is that when Doc was arrested?
Him? He was lying on the floor unconscious.
Oh my gosh. How could Lana push him all the way up there?
When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Doc bumped his head.
I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut.
It does not.
If the police chief has the right to
the chief of police has the right to refuse to testify, then I'd better hit him hard and fast.
Right.
We're gonna present the jar again, except this time, hopefully it'll work.
Okay.
As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, he slipped up, and the power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently, she had already arranged the crime scene.
What?
Yes, as you can see, I had nothing to do with this forgery. Yeah, you did. The jar will be your gravestone. Objection! You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery. That's not true, but I'm afraid that claim is something you can't back up. Explain yourself, righto.
Yeah.
Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this jar, for example.
Yeah, the piece of the jar was in his thing.
That's the blue badger you showed us earlier.
No, it's not. It's a jar.
A piece of this jar was discovered in your safe. Not only that, but the evidence list I presented earlier was actually found inside your desk.
It was found where?
You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you have played a part in an illegal investigation.
Oh my gosh!
Chief Gant, what is the meaning of this?
Oh, here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. So you admit to it then? That you were involved in the forgery? Who, me? Or do you mean you? Me? Why would I have anything to do with that?
What the?
Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence.
We did find it there.
Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Righto? However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation.
Yes!
Worthy, my boy.
Oh my gosh, that's right!
Not even detectives are exempt from the law.
It's 2 witnesses versus 1 loser.
Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment.
That's not happening.
What? If Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work.
Oh my gosh.
Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office and their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene.
My. Kids these days no longer know how to put 2 and 2 together. Whew.
Alright. I hate this guy.
I know, right? Bad dude. Let's see, what was it now? Ah, jar fragment and a list. Ha! For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Doc was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way.
Emma was there as a witness too, though.
Mr. Wright,
Yes, Your Honor.
when investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe your protocol.
Do you understand that I'm the chief of police, right? There will be consequences.
You wouldn't let us look at your...
Oh? Indeed, I believe I will press charges so you won't make the same mistake again.
My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know.
Oh, all right, Udgy. In return, though...
I know, that place, right?
What are these guys, telepathic?
What? Are they making a deal?
Evidence and forgery.
Cross-examination.
For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery.
We have to prove when they were found?
Arranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Hold it! That's right, Shadow. Really, Chief Gant? At the very least, there's one very large benefit you've been reaped from all this. Oh? I wasn't aware. What is this benefit? That you would, of course, be the position you have today, Chief of Police.
Yes!
Oh!
That's right!
The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive.
Oh, yeah!
That's a good one.
Wow, this guy's untouchable.
Do you really think I'm that incompetent? What do you mean? Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of the SN9 merely sped up the inevitable title. Is that true, Edgeworth? Yes, he was going to be made chief anyway.
Gah!
Be careful when pointing that finger. You might end up being the one pointed at. So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I.
If that's true, then you're guilty.
Therefore, it's out in the open now. Aji, would you mind if I change my testimony a little?
By all means, please do, my friend.
Oh my gosh, they're like BFFs.
I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me. Okay. Nothing in it for you. Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you'd be better think again. You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised. You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though. Oh, that's a good one. Could there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out? Yet an accomplice. True, you might not help out anyone for their sake, but it would benefit you. You might decide to assist someone.
Mr. Wright, it appears as you're positively determined to betray the chief. As a nice man who likes to lend people a hand.
That's not what I mean.
Very well, then. Who is this person you believe Chief Gant may have helped to forge evidence?
That would be his partner, Lana Skye.
Yes!
Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye? The defendant?
Oh?
Yeah, they were working together.
I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Skye fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister, Lana? And as for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit.
Self-profit? What do you mean?
After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Skye was appointed chief prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. Wow. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant.
Oh? But how could he profit from all of this?
He would be able to use the chief prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations.
Whoa.
Do you mean to tell me that despite the chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets?
Wow.
Wait! You must mean puppet as in someone forced to do his bidding. Never mind.
Oh my gosh!
Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Skye in forging evidence. Your motive to appoint her as chief prosecutor so you could control her. Righto, my boy, you have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something.
Whoa.
What is it?
This is getting intense.
Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing?
She seems really cold and angry.
Lana, she kept quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant.
I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture.
Unless that is also what happened in this incident.
This incident? Which one would that be?
Of course, I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman.
Whoa.
The chief prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial.
Yep.
Almost as if someone has been controlling her.
That's right.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Worthy, you'd better watch your tongue.
Oh.
I wouldn't want you to get hurt.
Sounds like he struck a nerve.
Just what do you mean?
What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap and cover up his involvement.
What?
What? Nani?
Oh, it's hard to do so many voices.
Order!
Yeah.
Order! Order!
Oh my God.
Order! Mr. Wright, you can't be serious.
Huh?
This is an affront to the highest-ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder. That is, impossible.
Whoa. Luke, this is getting so intense.
Your Honor, I was merely, what Mr. Edgeworth said in easier to understand language. It is too late, Mr. Wright.
Whoa.
There's no turning back for us now. Looks like he's the one who decided to go through with all this.
Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? That the chief high-ranking officer of the law is involved in this murder?
Good question. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell.
Oh.
I see. All right, then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got, and it better be good. Show us this evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman.
Chief Gant murdering Detective Goodman. Oh my gosh.
That would probably be the ID report card, which shows that he is the first one to enter the evidence room.
Yeah, it does.
This is the ID card list.
Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 777777. Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number. It's your number.
Oh? What? What do you mean by that?
The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code.
7 digits? You don't mean...
I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was the 7s. The same as the remaining ID number on that list. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime!
Oh my gosh!
Gotcha.
Nice job.
Order! Order! Chief Gant, what do you have to say? Oh,
Nothing. The defense's search of my office was a violation of regulations. And I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law after this trial. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card.
Uh-oh, we're getting somewhere and making him mad.
Chief Gant, so you admit it? You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime?
What about it? I'm the chief of police. Whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom, what's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Tell me then, when you entered the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room.
Oh my god.
Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he?
Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days.
So you could have an alibi?
Exactly. You hadn't seen him in days, Chief Gant? I'm afraid you've just undone yourself.
Uh-oh.
On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman.
What do you mean? The trial's purpose is to determine Lana Skye's guilt.
Oh, wow. No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting?
Whoa.
In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime.
Let's see. Proof that the victim
Lost
went
item
to meet-
report.
Yeah, that would be the victim. Lost their item. Oh my gosh.
I hope this is it. Detective Goodman's lost his ID card on the day of the crime. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filed out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the chief of police.
Oh my god.
Yet you're in possession of the report, which means you can't be sure if he filed it. I'm sorry, but he did file it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day.
He needed to?
Yes, to transfer the evidence out.
Oh!
Detective Goodman took the form to you, the chief of police. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room.
I accompanied him?
That's right. There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room.
Whoa.
Holy cow. Hold on, let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the chief of police, murdered poor Goodman? Yes, exactly.
But wait! The chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card.
Yes. Now that you mentioned it, I believe I might have done something of the sort. I'm sorry, but that's not possible.
What?
According to the record, your card was used only once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body.
Oh, no!
Oh my gosh! He went all weird monster-like.
Chief Gant, you didn't! Or...
The murder was the most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime for the murderer was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime for no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit a murder. Wow.
Whoa.
After the murder, you contacted Lana Skye at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. You're forgetting, Mr. Wright,
Whoa, Luke, you're doing awesome.
that the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot.
How is this possible?
How did he manage to move it there? I was at the police department the entire day, you know. And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after her ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal. Oh, so you think I ordered an officer to do it? Hey, you! Take this dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so.
Whoa.
Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time I thought it was a useless clue just taking up space.
Whoa.
How could the chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us this evidence.
To move the victim's body, Chief Gant used this. Wouldn't have been...
To move the body? A screwdriver? I don't know.
A screwdriver? Okay, I guess we could present a screwdriver. I don't see how that'll... Do we have a screwdriver? Okay.
Well, I don't know.
This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body.
Whoa.
What's that? A screwdriver?
I don't know if I'm right.
But what does it have to do with this case?
Oops.
Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime.
What?
What is the screwdriver doing here? It's here because...
Ah!
I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. So he brought the screwdriver the body was placed in his car. After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office. But you did because Chief Gant asked you to. You mean I? The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Oh boy.
Whoa.
I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that vehicle.
Whoa.
Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of the prosecutor's car?
Yes, Your Honor. Unless, of course, you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport the evidence from a closed case? Oh, there's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye.
Whoa.
Order! What's going on here? Is there any room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations?
Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor office. Okay. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite. It's a photo of the body being taken from the trunk.
Chief Gant, please say something.
I believe your time's up.
My time's up?
Sorry, Righto, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're going to make it in time for the early bird special. But the cross-examination isn't finished yet! Remember what I told you earlier? A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Like the right to refuse to testify? I'm invoking that right now.
What? That is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered.
So you're going to just run away after all of this?
I know, right?
Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. What? I stabbed old Goodman? That's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. Well, You think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get over with it.
I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the chief of police, dang it. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete evidence. Well, Mr. Wright,
Your Honor,
you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Skye dispose of his body.
I don't have any concrete proof. I have no proof.
I thought, well...
It's no use showing evidence. I'm not even sure of myself. No, Your Honor. At present, I have no conclusive evidence. See, G?
In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief of police.
What? Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, righto. It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay,
Oh my
Udgy,
gosh.
I'll leave the rest to you.
Udgy.
Wow.
Udgy, the judge.
I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to a senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency.
Ah!
Huh?
Lady Luck, maybe we should have a word with her.
Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean?
There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't had the honor of hearing her testimony.
Lana!
A lady who knows the truth? Another witness? In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. But Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse us. There's still someone else, one more witness who can answer all our questions.
What?
Raised in this trial, someone right in this very room.
Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person?
Wow.
Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today.
Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist?
She may not be willing to tell the truth, but we can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls forth...
So it's a girl? Okay, well.
the defendant.
The defendant, Miss Lana Skye?
She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 21st. Her task to dispose of the victim's body in accordance with a certain someone's orders.
Mr. Edgeworth.
The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor.
Very well. The court will now take its final recess for the day. In 15 minutes, we will reconvene to the defendant's testimony. This court is now in... Hold on.
What?
Chief Gant. Oh, I thought you were going to eat.
Listen good, Lana. He's talking to Lana?
What?
I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder.
Whoa.
This isn't good. Of course, you'd never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about. All right then. I've got a lunch date to meet.
What?
Okay, if there aren't any further objections. Yes, there are. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney Trilogy on the Nintendo Switch here on KwingsLetsPlays.
Woohoo!
Special thanks to our friends over at Capcom for providing a copy of this game, and it's time for us to jump into the last part of the case, probably. I think.
Yeah!
Oh my gosh, this has been a long one. All right, so, okay, if there aren't any further objections...
Wait, what?
This court is now in recess. Wait, what?
I
that's
guess we are
right.
in
Yeah,
recess.
that's where we left
That's
off.
fine.
February 25th,
2004!
Woo! That was a good year.
It was.
Yeah, it was the year I got engaged. Pretty sure. All right, district court to you, of course. To you. Defendant court.
What?
What? No, okay, it's whatever. Look, we managed to stay in the game. Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth. Also, the series is brought to you by Capcom. Totally forgot about that. That chief, he's something else, eh, pals? Detective Gumshoe! I'm not a detective anymore. Oh yeah, sorry about that. Unemployed Gumshoe. Don't worry about it. I've already decided where to work now. At your office!
What?
My office?
But we don't have any funds to pay you.
Yep. I'll take that place of that top-knotted girl you used to work with.
You paid
What do you
Maya?
mean, Maya?
Maya got paid?
Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief Gant's done it again. He always gets the upper hand. It's not fair. He has the right to refuse to testify. Settle down, Wright. Remember what the judge said. But Chief, that is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. Even I'm curious about this. Risks? What do you mean by that? It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite holds true. I don't know who says
You
that.
mean he forfeits his right to say anything too?
Oh, wow. Emma, are you okay?
I mean, he forfeits his right to say anything too. Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery.
So, she heard everything that's been going on. Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before.
No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved.
Relieved?
I used to hear this cat that was all the time in my house, and now I don't anymore. Yeah, now I finally know what really happened. To think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man.
It feels like Emma would be more distraught about this.
Yeah.
And she did it all just to protect me.
Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean, guys? I have eyebrows. What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders. She must have shut herself up deep inside. To force herself to do anything and everything the chief told her to do. That must be why she became so cold.
It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall.
Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal.
What?
Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor.
Whoops. I see. Well, better get back. It's time for the final act. This'll be good. Whoops.
No! I'm going with you! You can't make me not come with you.
Did I skipped Phoenix line,
You
didn't I?
telepathically asked me to
Huh?
come.
Oh, okay.
I want to be there. When Lana tells the truth.
Let's go, Wright. It's time we ended this. Alright, here we go, people. Okay, don't worry about that. That's fine. We're good with that.
To be continued. Well, I guess we'll see you guys tomorrow.
February 25th, 2:21 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 9.
No 9.
Now then, will the defendant, Miss Lana Skye, please take the stand?
Okay. Miss Lana Skye, you are the chief prosecutor? I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you.
But Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all I've done these past 2 years.
Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Skye. We haven't got all day. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth.
Of course. The truth.
Lana! No matter what happens, I'll always be your sister!
That's an interesting thing to...
Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant.
Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gant. Get him! Get him! No, sorry.
I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago, all by myself.
Ugh.
When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene.
Okay.
My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma.
Oh, really? Interesting. Are you sure about this testimony?
Your Honor, I am confessing to a capital offense. Of course, I'm sure.
But Lana!
If this is true, then that means that Chief Gant has nothing to do with this.
That's what I've been telling you from the beginning.
Objection!
Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me.
Words! But what if she's telling the truth?
I'm so distraught I
know.
can't even talk.
I know, it's so intense.
She's not. I know my own sister.
Whoa.
Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony.
Agony? Ouch! Yeah, this is no time to start second-guessing myself.
All right, defense, you may now begin its cross-examination. I mean yours. Whatever.
Cross-examination time! Well, let's go for it!
I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago, all by myself.
Did you do so to help your sister?
Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life.
But what she did was a justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything.
That's not the point. She was traumatized that day, all because of that creep.
Marshall?
That's why I couldn't forgive him.
Lana!
So that's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago?
When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma.
So you rearranged the crime scene. Are you sure you didn't do this to keep Emma from looking like the murderer?
How many times do I have to tell you, Mr. Wright? Emma didn't do it. Period.
Are you so desperate to hide that fact? You're willing to risk the death sentence?
She's lying! She did it so I wouldn't be blamed for what happened!
In any case, as a prosecutor, what I've done is unpardonable. There's nothing I can do to make up for my actions.
Mr. Wright! My sister is lying!
Looks like she's determined to protect you to the end. She insists she fabricated the evidence by herself.
There's no way she could have done it alone!
I've got to get Lana to talk more. If she's lying, then she's bound to slip up and make a contradiction. Oh boy.
I worked alongside Gant for years.
How many years exactly?
Ever since I made senior detective. Let's see. I was 24 then, so that would be 5 years.
Detective Gant and Detective Skye were legendary partners. I personally saw them testify in numerous cases.
She must have been good coming from the same school as Mia.
Damon Gant was a respectable detective. That's why... There's no truth to this blackmail theory.
We'll see about that. But think about it, Miss Skye. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me this much yesterday in jail.
You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip.
Whoa.
I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself.
Did you do so to help your sister? Wait, did I just do that one?
We've done it before, but it was at a different...
Okay.
It was a different, thing. Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life.
But what she did was a justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged. Yeah, we did this one.
We did.
Yeah.
Blah, 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 blah.
Lana!
Fabricated evidence.
Yeah, we did that.
When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene.
You say you did this all by yourself?
Yes.
Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? Finally, we're getting somewhere.
It seems I was the first person to discover the scene.
The broken prosecutor award knife was stuck in the victim.
Oh, it's Lana.
Lana's having an identity crisis.
Yeah, the broken prosecutor award knife was stuck in the victim's body.
What?
Sorry, I'm having an identity crisis.
But the prosecutor marshal died from an unfortunate accident.
Yeah! That's only a situation that you dreamed was possible.
Oh, snap. Huh?
The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement.
Ooh, feisty. You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Doc?
Something like that.
If that is so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Doc was carrying a switchblade knife.
Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away.
Uh-huh.
It was probably knocked away in the struggle.
That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies. Yeah, because Marshall was able to fight back, just like his brother said. My brother wouldn't go down that easily. So,
I know.
Death by an accident, very plausible.
All just to protect me! Me!
All right, quiet.
I'm
All right.
sorry.
Shush! So when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to.
Yes.
New testimony?
I broke off the tip of Dark's knife. I planted it inside the wound, then moved the body.
You planted the tip of what? And then moved the body? But why? Why would you do that?
You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders.
Yes, what? My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask for the sake of the others. Why did you plant the knife? Why did you move the body?
I don't know. I would say the knife, but whatever. Whatever you think is good. If you want to say the body.
Yeah. When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body?
It was where you deduced it was, by Chief Gant's desk.
But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there?
The reason for that is simple.
Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason Miss Skye moved the body was...
The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan.
Threaten your plans, eh?
Hold it!
Pieces of the jar, you mean the Blue Badger?
Yes, that wretched jar that you showed us earlier. In order to show that Dark committed the crime, I felt it would be more expedient to move the body.
So, when you first found the body, the jar was already...
Of course, it had been shattered to pieces. If you looked at the crime scene, it would be clear right away what happened.
It would?
Of course. Neil Marshall was dead, and Dark was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during their struggle. Sorry, I'm having problems.
I see. Interesting.
Emma doesn't. What's the matter, Emma?
Apparently, the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed. But I have a feeling there is more to it than that.
I agree. There must have been a contradiction here somewhere.
Anyway, I committed this fabrication completely alone.
Sure you did.
My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan.
Okay.
I broke off the tip of Dark's knife, planted it inside the wound, then moved the body. The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan.
Oh yeah, okay, so we did this one.
We could ask her again about the tip of the knife and moving the body and ask her why she planted the tip of the knife. I don't know.
I mean, we were on the
ask.
right track here.
Oh, I don't know. There's something here that's wrong.
Yeah, this is definitely the right track though,
Something
because
about
the music changes.
The vase. Something wrong with the vase.
Okay.
My sister's lying, Mr. Wright.
Looks like she's determined to protect you to the very end. She insists she fabricated the evidence by herself?
There's no way she could have done it alone.
I've got to get Lana to talk more. If she's lying, then she's bound to slip up and make a contradiction. Okay, so she already did that. So we know that there's something with the thing about the pieces. Not the tip of the knife, that doesn't matter. This.
The piece
Shattered,
of the jar.
threatened my plan. Alright,
Yeah.
I'm gonna take a wild
Hold
guess.
Oh wait, no.
and
Present.
I'm gonna present the jar. I mean...
Oh yeah, might as well and see what happens.
Because the music did change when we said, hold it here. That was our clue. Miss Skye, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your little sister.
I think you're right, Luke.
You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered?
If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I'm compelled to bring to everyone's attention the significant contradiction within your testimony.
A contradiction in my testimony?
You testified, and I quote,
The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threaten my plan.
I do not sound like that. That's right.
You have a problem with that.
it's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's own blood.
Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in his final moments.
Exactly, so... And this is where the contradiction lies.
Huh?
In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not yet have been broken before he died. He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar. That's true.
Oh my gosh.
Order! Order!
Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here. Something critical. Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're in the dark as much as we are about the truth towards which we're headed.
What?
Just tell us exactly what you saw, please. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth.
Wait, Lana doesn't even know what happened?
Nope. Very well, the witness may now continue her testimony.
But she's been blackmailed for 2 years to hide what she thought was the truth.
Oh, here we go. Jar and message in blood.
Lana's gonna need so much therapy after this.
I'm gonna need therapy!
I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar.
Yo!
But it was dark in the room, and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered.
You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in blood?
It wasn't Chief Prosecutor at the time. I mean, I wasn't.
She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence.
Very well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Or what she thought was the real evidence.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Here we go.
I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar. But it was dark in the room, and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood.
Why would you do that? I'm afraid this action of yours reveals what really happened.
What do you mean?
Well, if you really thought Dark killed Prosecutor Marshall, you wouldn't have wiped away the blood.
What else could I have done in that situation?
Lana!
I only had a few moments. There wasn't enough time for me to do anything else but gather up the pieces. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all.
No,
Did
no,
you?
you did not, because there were pieces scattered all over the place. That's a lie.
We found one in the
Exactly.
safe.
Miss Skye, I believe this jar conceals a truth even you are unaware of.
What?
We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gant's safe.
In the chief's safe? But how?
I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was... still blood on it.
But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off of them.
Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gant got there before you.
What?
Oh, snap.
Oh my
Couldn't the
gosh.
defendant have simply missed a piece?
No, it's too big. I'm afraid that's unlikely, Your Honor. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective.
Oh.
May well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Ah, can you believe that?
Oh my
Objection!
gosh.
Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jaw was already broken.
Oh, that!
There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jaw. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness.
I hope you're not implying that person was the chief at the time he was looking for Doc downstairs. Besides, even if he was there first, why would he break the jaw?
The question is if he did arrive there first, but why did he hide the fact for 2 years he arrived first? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that?
No.
Oh my gosh, it had to have been written on the jar because it was written across different pieces.
Exactly.
He wrote it on the jar and then smashed it.
Wait, I'm not the one on trial here.
You stood up for Chief Gant.
Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jaw and purposely hid one of the broken pieces. Question: what is this action called? Fabrication of evidence.
Thank you.
But why would the Chief Gant do that?
Because he's corrupt.
In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear?
What happened afterwards?
Discovering the scene, Lana Skye believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Doc, sparing Emma, and therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Skye became the chief's puppet. Ow.
No! I did it on my own.
Please, sis! Stop trying to protect the chief! I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake!
No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says.
Whoa!
Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients.
Foul lies? Imagine that coming from my own client.
Your own client hates you.
I guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth, Mr. Wright.
Wow!
Nani? Wait a minute.
How are you the type to twist the truth?
What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap?
Is something wrong, Mr. Wright?
Lana may be right after all. What do you mean, right?
So, you do tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright?
Miss Skye, please testify once more.
But
If evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie.
But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall!
Miss Skye, if you will, please.
I can't.
There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. Really? This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is a possibility that it will if you tell us the truth.
Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw.
Oh boy. All right, the witness may now testify once more for the final time.
Now we're getting down to it. It's just weird when these witnesses lie so much, it's hard to believe them the next time they...
I know.
When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor sword.
Ouch.
Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it really was all a fabrication, Emma might be innocent.
Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armor sword?
You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof.
Actually, I do have proof.
Nani?
I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning.
Say what now? Huh? To me?
It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed.
But I don't remember receiving a picture like that.
Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright, she really does have faith in you.
Very well, Mr. Wright. Please present this picture.
I don't remember receiving any pictures from Lana.
Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right?
The only thing she gave us was a book. I seem to remember getting something from her then. Let's check that evidence again. Whoops.
Yeah! There must be a picture in there somewhere!
In the book!
Okay, I guess. Evidence of law.
Well, can we open it?
Yeah. Wait, is that a Twitter thing on the back or copyright? What is that? Ah!
Oh!
Hey, there's a picture here. Ooh.
It's disturbing.
Oh!
I did not want to see that.
Oh my! This is the actual crime scene!
I'm gonna lose my lunch.
No other detective saw the crime scene like this. Because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I had rearranged everything.
Lana's picture inserted into the court record. Holy cow!
Mr. Wright! That piece cut out from his vest! Could that be...
The cloth we found inside Chief Gant's safe! Oh no! The one that has Emma's fingerprints!
That means Chief Gant! Oh my gosh!
What is this?
Chief Gant cut that cloth before Lana got there?
This is a handprint, isn't it? That cloth! It had fingerprints on it! Whose ever fingerprints those are must be the real murderer!
What? But those fingerprints are yours!
Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright?
Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. So as long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer.
Doesn't
Very well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination.
just because someone pushed the person before the person was impaled
Actual crime
doesn't
scene.
mean the person's handprint is the murderer. Just saying. When I arrived, I found his.
What? What just... Oh no! Ah! Come on, Aji. This is the poorest excuse of a trial I've ever seen.
Chief Gant!
What now? You want to make me out as the bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense.
I thought. Yeah, you said you didn't want to testify.
I'm afraid it's too late for that.
That's right.
What? You've already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make any statements of any sort.
That's right.
This must be that risk we were talking about earlier. Just sit back and relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck.
You tell him, Edgeworth! You're going down, clown!
Ah, so what? You think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements. What do you mean? The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence.
Yes, that's true. Wait! You mean you still have some conclusive evidence?
No, I don't. But someone does.
Someone?
So, what's your excuse, righto? Ah! Why, have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death? Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt!
Is this true, Mr. Wright?
Oh boy. If I show that piece of evidence now, Emma's sure to be made out as the murderer.
But she did it as an accident.
Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now. And if you try to conceal it, anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries.
Word. What do I do now? I better think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision.
Burn it!
Should I present that piece of evidence?
Burn it with a badge!
The one that shows who really killed the prosecutor? No!
No, don't show it!
No!
We don't have to show
Your
it.
Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this time.
What? You lie! Psh, Chief Gant? You opened my safe! I know you took what was inside!
The conclusive evidence. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh.
Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? We found it together.
Quiet, Emma!
Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it. Shut up, Emma. What are you talking about, Chief Gant? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. Ugh.
I don't want to look at this picture.
See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area around it?
It looks like part of it's been cut for some reason.
You mean you had this in your safe?
What? That means you, the Chief of Police, have been concealing evidence for 2 years!
Oh, yeah.
This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department!
Yeah, that's a crime also. So you're also in trouble, mister.
Impressive.
I thought he said he wasn't allowed to speak, but he's been speaking a lot.
To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, righto. Huh?
Oh, we have the gall.
Well, I can't just let you pin me up against the murderer. I'll tell you what I really happened.
You're not allowed to speak. He's not allowed to speak.
What? You mean you admit to it?
He is not allowed to testify. He gave
What?
up that right. He said he would not testify before.
I know. I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene
This is
that day.
completely irregular.
It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana.
So you really were manipulating her.
I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, that when she saw the scene, she would ask me for my aid.
What a sick person.
So you assisted Miss Skye? I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room. And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dock convicted. When I tampered with the crime scene, I hid 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you. 2 pieces of evidence? You mean those items in your safe?
But why?
For insurance. Of course. Insurance? It was my sure plan. I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that a girl committed.
You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence?
What do you take me for? A fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this fragment? I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood of all the pieces. But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar as well?
Oh, yeah. That's right.
Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance. You mean that piece of cloth? Come on, Righto, cough it up already. I know you have it. Oh!
What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright? Let's find out who did it.
So you admit it then, Chief Gant? That you were hiding the cloth you cut from the victim's vest in your safe? Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that being chief and all, but it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present.
Foolish move, Righto. You should have known. You should have shown it before it was too late. It's been a long battle. Yeah, it has. What, 12 episodes? But the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, victory is mine. Show evidence. Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now.
All right, then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Neal. Well, here we go.
I don't know if we should show it.
We have to. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut this piece of the victim's vest?
Oh, yes! At last, you finally brought it out into the open. There's a handprint on this piece of cloth.
Your Honor, the prosecution requests that immediately sent to the lab for analysis. That handprint on the leather must have been from a strong impact for it to be left so clearly.
You mean...
It could not have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence.
Oh, right. Oh my gosh, Edgeworth, you're making us mad.
You're as slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy.
What?
Think about it. Raito had all this time to present this evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be?
Huh? You mean you already knew? You know whose fingerprints are on that? Phoenix?
Mr. Wright, do you really know?
Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer!
That's not true!
Whose fingerprints are they?
And it's not murder if you're pushing someone out of the way.
Very well, I will tell you. It should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted.
What?
The person to whom these fingerprints belong to is...
Chief Gant!
No, Luke, don't!
I'm pretty
I
sure...
can't watch.
Fine, do it.
Wait,
It said Emma's on it.
I'm trying to remember, I think...
Are we supposed to say Gant?
No, it's no use lying here. They'll discover the truth the second they analyze this.
Oh. Okay.
What's the matter, Raito? Hurry up and tell us. You do know, don't you, Mr. Wright?
Fine.
Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they?
Very well, I'll tell you. Okay, here we go. So we have to present Emma's. Because she is...
Emma? Emma Skye?
What? They're mine?
I'm sorry, Emma.
But why? Why didn't you tell me?
Oh my gosh.
Well, this guy's happy
You
that a
really-
little girl's going to jail.
You're really something, Raito. You knew this girl did it all along. And you still tried to pin the murder on me? So it's true. Tragic, but true. This girl really did shove the prosecutor to his death.
No. Hold it. How could you? You monster.
Miss Skye,
You knew whose fingerprints were on those all along. Yet you acted like she really didn't.
Miss Skye, it's not over yet.
What?
I said this trial isn't over yet.
huh, but I'm afraid it is, boy. Not only this trial, but your career, too.
You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence.
That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. Ha! I'll have your badge, boy! What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer?
Wouldn't that be you?
Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up.
Oh? And what's that?
Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall?
What?
Chief Gant, you are absolutely right. That piece of cloth proves the real murderer. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask?
It was Emma Skye, wasn't it?
No. I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction.
What? A contradiction? What is this fool babbling about?
Oh my gosh! Guess what, folks? Cliffhanger time!
Ah, cliffhanger!
Hey, what's happening, gamers? Welcome back to Ace Attorney Phoenix Wright Trilogy for the Nintendo Switch.
Oh yeah!
Today, whether you like it or not, it's ending. So, strap in. It's going to be a bumpy ride. Special thanks to our friends over at Capcom for providing a copy of this game and also sponsoring this series. And it's time for us to say goodbye to this very long case. So like, comment, and subscribe. Let's do this.
It's crime fighting time!
What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer?
Wouldn't that be you?
Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up. Oh? And what's that? Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall? What? Chief Gant, you are absolutely right. That piece of cloth proves the real murderer. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask? It was Lana Skye, wasn't it? No. I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction. What? A contradiction? What is this fool babbling about? I'm talking about a contradiction. One that proves who the real killer is.
You go, Phoenix!
Holy cow.
This is getting so intense.
Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth, what could it possibly contradict? Chief Gant, your tyrannical reign ends now. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. The evidence of law book? I guess.
Whose fingerprints are on the bloody handprint?
Wait. You know what? We're gonna go with this picture. That should work.
Wait.
And what exactly is this supposed to be? This is the picture Miss Skye took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of his vest was cut out? Yeah. Yes, the shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all the blood on his vest, though. Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural.
That's right.
His lungs no doubt were punctured, blood poured out of his mouth. Ugh. Oh, but that piece of cloth
has nothing on it. That means when Lana pushed him...
Wait! There's no blood on it! Oh! Since Emma Skye's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time.
Whoa!
No, this is nonsense! Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He was mostly hit his head on the ground and was knocked unconscious. If so, then tell me, who would have it been who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Skye, picked up the unconscious prosecutor, and impaled him on the armor sword?
Oh my gosh.
Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's own blood. A jar that then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue. To make Lana believe her sister did it.
Whoa.
Remember what you admitted only moments ago? That you personally cut out this person's bloodless piece of the victim's vest. Ironic, isn't it? Though the very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer.
Yeah! Whoa!
It's finally all over.
Yeah, that's called the truth key.
Shadow,
Chief Gant.
this is no time for purring. Objection! That was close, Righto. You almost had me.
What?
Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations. What do you mean you refute his allegations? You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence. My gosh.
But you were the one who submitted it.
Order! What nonsense is this? Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Aji? Earlier, Earlier, old Righto here concealed that piece of cloth. So then, what's your excuse, Righto? You do have some conclusive evidence, don't you? Your Honor, I don't have any evidence. I can't present at this point in time.
Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present the evidence.
At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence.
But that's not fair!
Did you actually think you could best me in court? It looks like the last laugh is on you, son.
I bet Lana has some evidence against him.
I'm afraid Miss Gant's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth?
True. Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal.
Well, Mr. Wright?
I don't understand.
It seems at last the time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived.
What?
Mr. Wright, do you admit it or not? Had you purposely and illegally concealed it?
I did not.
Oh my gosh, did you already go over it with Edgeworth?
I admit I refused to present it at one point. Whoa, ho, ho. So the evidence is illegal. No. No, it isn't, Mr. Gant. It's not that I didn't present evidence then, it's that I couldn't.
What do you mean you couldn't?
There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence. No, Aji, don't listen to his lies! He's nothing but a coward! You can't believe... There's only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not?
Very well, let us settle this once and for all. Earlier you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, then do so now.
The law book.
Exactly. This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law. What is this? I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Lana Skye's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more. What? You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law. Rule number 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself inside your safe. It goes without saying, I did not have approval from the police department. Rule number 2, unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And here is the crux of the matter. You see, at the time, it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident. What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take a look at this picture and... Sorry, but can you recall when was that picture presented?
That was shown only a few moments ago.
No! He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant.
Oh my gosh.
You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut this piece of the victim's vest, and that's the game! Oh yes!
Oh yeah! And he admitted to cutting it. He cut it off.
It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence.
Which means he was there before that guy
Yes! You, Chief of Police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before the prosecutor in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer, and there's only one person who that could be. Damon Gant! The killer was you!
Oh my god. Oh, he's out of his gourd.
I knew I should have gotten rid of him.
That good-for-nothing scum? For 2 years, he's been snooping around the department trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me. Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty. He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Star, then convinced Bruce Goodman. Detective Goodman? Yeah, that's right. If the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you gotta help me. Holy cow.
Whoa.
Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. Then all of a sudden, he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman? Can you man. I don't know how to do any more voices.
Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief?
Oh my gosh.
I don't know.
Yeah, there we go. Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There's too many questions left unanswered. Okay,
There
so
you go.
he's like a gumshoe, there you go.
Yeah.
He opened his evidence locker, and as he was taking the evidence out, he said, "It's not too late, see? I'm gonna hand all this over to Marshall." Well, be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came... Oh my gosh.
Bless you.
I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it. The accursed knife. I couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. It was worrying me so much about the floor I didn't realize my fatal mistake.
Wait, he admits to killing that guy too?
The bloody handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker. I used to be known as the crime computer, but everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. Then you put the body in the car? I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will. Leaving the prosecution's car aside, how could you get Miss Skye involved in all of this?
And truth is mad he broke his car.
Well, she had as much to lose as I did if I came to the truth. Wow, this is a long case, I'm sorry.
What?
So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker. We're at over an hour now, people.
Oh my gosh.
I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take. So, you left the jar fragments and the glove. Yeah. It looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay. Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me. We're the same.
But you are a criminal.
One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone.
You don't have to be alone. Wright and Edgeworth can work together to help things.
Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Udgy! What? Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend!
Oh my gosh. Gant has lost it.
I'm sorry too, Damon Gant.
Wow, Udgy is like, I'm sorry too.
I knew you as you used to be long ago. You were once a fine investigator, an example for others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person. Those days are gone now, Udgy. Thanks for all the memories, though.
Oh my gosh.
Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Righto here. and worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sound of a new beginning.
Okay, this guy's just lost it. I don't know what to say.
Oh, my goodness. There are two things I want you to understand.
Yes.
First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Skye, you no longer have any reason to keep silent. Oh my gosh.
You're right. Right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years. From the time I had Gant help me forge evidence up until today.
So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered.
I'm sorry, Miss Skye. I couldn't get you out of all your trouble.
My, what high standards you have for a rookie.
Huh?
I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, you just might make it to the top.
Oh, she's acting normal now.
I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright.
Miss Skye.
And to you, too, Mr. Edgeworth.
I mean, oh dang it, Judge Voice.
You've
Too long.
suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal that it's been for you.
Huh. It was nothing. Liar!
I was worried the pressure might break on you. I mean, it might break you, and yet you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done very well, Mr. Edgeworth.
Stop it! I only did my job.
In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Skye,
Yes, Your Honor.
you are innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted as his accomplice. The trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date. I'm sorry.
Yes, I understand, Your Honor.
Is there something amusing about all of this? Why are you smiling?
Because her sister is not convicted of murder anymore. It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains.
It's over!
Thank God!
Yeah!
Well, this trial has gone on far too long already.
That's an understatement!
Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Skye, not guilty.
Cue the confetti!
Yay! Woo! Woohoo!
Oh my gosh.
That is all. This court is adjourned.
It's time for golf at
It's time for my reservation at that fancy restaurant.
11:59 p.m.
Because judges make more than all you scrubs. Ha ha ha.
What was that, Chief?
At long last, it's finally over. Amber! Why the long face, kiddo? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook, but at least she hasn't been convicted of murder she didn't commit.
No, that's not it. Just now, after the trial ended.
I can see why Mia Fey thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And to you, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. You've done well.
You know, I did my best too. But Lana didn't even say a single word to me.
I hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals.
That's right. Emma did more for Lana than anyone else. She was the one who got her a lawyer and fought for her.
Guess I am. I'll come back later then.
Lana would have been completely in, like, prison without Emma.
Wait! Detective Gumshoe! That's true. What is it?
You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run all around while I'm on duty? And top it all off, you call me here? I've seen happier people at funerals. Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding.
Oh, are you here because of my sister again?
Nope. Not this time. I came today because of you, pal.
Me?
That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone. Aww.
Lana!
Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know.
Well, I won't tell if you won't.
Emma, I owe you an apology.
It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it.
That day, 2 years ago...
What?
was the first time in my life that I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in all of this mess.
Sis!
I asked Gant to help me cover up the truth. Or what I thought it was. I thought I was doing it for your sake. But now I realize that I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way that I could make it through the past 2 years.
I know, Shadow, it's still going on.
I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself. But I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. Those puppy dog eyes. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew.
But sis, isn't there a cat screaming in the background that's like kind of old and meowy? You were only doing what you thought was right.
No.
Huh?
I turned my back on you that day. In hiding what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you.
Sis!
Just hug it out already.
I'm such a fool, and I don't know how to hug very well. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry.
But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now.
You're happy? What is this emotion?
Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have.
My smiley face is back. Oh, Emma. Emma.
It's a Kodak moment.
It's hug time.
No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in so doing, we can find the way back to our rightful path. And it is from here that we can move on together a brighter future.
Yay!
At least, that's what I felt watching the two sisters make up. Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe.
Me?
Thank you both for all that you've done for me.
I'm sure we'll meet again someday.
You don't know how to sound happy at all.
I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth?
Edgeworth?
Stop hiding and come over here.
Where was he hiding?
Angry face.
I just came to say, congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth!
Right, well, I'll be going now.
Not without a hug!
Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. He's like, I know that.
It's too late for me. What? No matter what anyone may say, I realize today that I can't correct my mistakes.
Mr. Edgeworth!
Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right. You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone.
But why did he kill he never explained why he killed the other guy.
I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now. But Edgeworth, who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did.
Wait, you're gonna be a vigilante?
That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor.
What? Edgeworth, don't you understand? Damon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake.
What?
You said, in order to fight crime on your own, I'd need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone.
What?
You were working together with Mr. Wright, and because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright?
Huh? What, me? Oh, yeah. What is this, a pop quiz?
Come on, Mr. Wright. Show him what Lana's talking about. Read her mind.
Evidence, huh? Oh boy. Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own. The evidence list?
Together.
That's the picture that I drew.
Our counterattack began with this. You had one half of the evidence list, and I had the other.
Friendship is magic.
Apart, they wouldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture.
We're all in this together. That didn't just happen by chance, Mr. Edgeworth. Wait, does Lana like him?
It's time for me to go now.
What is going on?
Mr. Edgeworth.
If you'll excuse me, there are still some loose ends that I need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. Edgeworth, what will you do now? What? Well, whatever you do, just remember, you can't let what happened kill the prosecutor in you. Or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you, buddy. I know, it seems I owe you my thanks again, Righto.
That was pretty deep, right?
But what face now is my problem.
Yes, your face is a problem.
Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court. Farewell.
What?
Yeah, his ending originally was better than this new ending.
I better get going, too.
You have to go to jail!
I'm looking forward to my trial where I get tried for crimes that I actually didn't want to commit but was being forced to by someone else.
Okay, but I'll be by to visit soon. You in prison.
It seems we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do while I speak through glass through a phone. Here, this is a little something for you.
Scientifical investigation!
Scientific.
It's the first book that I've ever bought. It was today. I've never read a book in my life. Study it well.
Stop ad-libbing!
Thanks, sis. I will.
I'm gonna have to divide this into 2 episodes.
And I'll help you get out of prison illegally.
And so another case came to a close. Finally! As for the sisters, I have faith.
That Lana will learn how to hug.
That's a nice hug. Faith that their lives have only just begun.
We've only just begun.
And as for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself.
There's a new journey every episode. He's like a different person. Well, hopefully Maya.
Well, don't go trekking off just yet, pal.
Huh?
What is it, detective? There's just a little matter to be resolved about the, chief prosecutor.
Huh?
You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this.
But,
I thought you said it was okay. Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story. Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes.
Believe me, it wasn't cheap either.
Way to go, detective! Using bribes is great! I didn't know that you had a wild side that's also illegal!
Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Wright here's the one who will be footing the bill. Huh?
What?
What, you think I could afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal.
But nobody is paying us.
What?
Thank you, Mr. Wright, for paying $1 billion!
It wasn't that much.
You're the best!
Nani!
I suddenly feel like I want to scream.
Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together?
Yeah, we can use Wright's multiple credit cards! Come on, guys! Let's go!
And there you go. That is finally the end of Ace Attorney 1.
It's because Phoenix Wright will be in debt for the rest of his life.
Yep.
I arranged for a friend of mine in Europe to take care of Emma, but that friend didn't pay for
Stop
it.
ad-libbing.
All right, as for me, this affair has pretty much ended my days at the prosecutor's office. Still, I'd managed to find my way back to the field somehow. Then I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma.
No more ad lib. This is gonna be whatever, all kinds of stuff. My gosh, this one was way too long. I think we're at like 13 episodes in total. And if we divide this up, well, it'd be even more than that. Alright, so who's next? Gumshoe, okay.
Yikes! I thought I was a goner for a moment there. In the end, though, they overlooked my unauthorized investigation of the chief's office. If we penalized you anymore, it'd be worse than firing you. Yep, that's what they said. I just goes to show you, you can't shake me off that easily.
So yeah, we hope you guys have enjoyed Ace Attorney 1, Ace Attorney 2. Justice for All will be starting tomorrow. Whatever day that is, I don't know. But it won't be as long as this. So if you guys have been new and subscribed for Ace Attorney, we'll be playing Ace Attorney until July. That's right, Shadow. Oh no. My new mission is to guard the main entrance and take care of Billy. Can you believe it? I've been demoted to a security guard. My partner's keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show them, though. Somehow I'm gonna make detective. Yes, sir. Then I can be just like Dick Gumshoe.
He kind of looks like a mailman to me, to be honest.
Yeah, well, or like a meter cop or something like that.
Yeah.
Beat cop.
A meter maid.
I mean, he was a patrolman, so I mean... But I feel bad for Jake.
Oh, I get it. We're dusting for prints, but yeah.
The Blue Badger. The Blue Badger's gonna talk.
Yay!
Please no.
Wait, you should do your squirrel voice.
I'm the Blue Badger.
Hi, kids.
Hi, kids. I'm glad everything resolved. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe.
Oh my gosh, that was... never again. That was random.
This is how it happened. This is how the Blue Badger died.
Next, in Ace Attorney, the investigation of the Blue Badger.
Yeah.
Oh, and if you guys are wondering what those nifty emotes are, become a member. He's in jail? What is it? Can't you see I'm having me a showdown with a steak lunch? Miss Star managed to sneak it in for me. She's seeing one of the guards, it seems. Well, cowboy, looks like you did it. You even gave Bambina back her smile. Did he make sure Billy and the gang get their water? Why is he in jail? Oh, he's in jail for stealing evidence.
Oh.
I'm gonna have to talk to the... Nope, she's fine.
Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while.
Okay.
As a farewell gift, I put a new meal on the menu. The top layer tastes as bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer's as sweet as victory. Kids seem to dig the turnabout theme. It's a hot seller around here. Just make sure not to eat it backwards.
What? I don't understand. Well, yeah, I mean, this case was like a mixed bag for people. A lot of Phoenix Wright fans like the conclusive ending after Turnabout Goodbye, where Edgeworth was put on trial. It was better written, better characterization. This is just bonus content.
I'll never forget what that young defense lawyer said after the trial. Let's see, what was his name again? Mr. Left! No, anyway, he said he's been doing, something, or, how many years? Well, anyway, got another trial to get to, so I'd better be, huh? Oh no, I forgot my gavel. Sorry, I gotta go. Goodbye.
Bye, Chief.
He's not a chief, he's a
I
judge.
mean, Judge.
Yeah,
Oh,
this has been a very long
man,
time.
Udgy. His name is Udgy. It's Udgy and Edgy.
Udgy and edgy.
Edgy.
Well, in one of the Phoenix Wright games, the brother of the judge is the other judge.
Okay.
I'm gonna make him Russian, I think.
Russians have cool accents.
Russian and... Oh.
Nothing soothes the soul like fresh country air. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing you and your objections. Still, I can't go back until I'm a full-fledged spirit medium. Mystic Maya afternoon training's about to begin. Coming! Well, see you around, Nick.
And they just teased the second game. Mystic Maya.
Yep.
So, yeah, if people don't know, the rest of the games do follow the anime, like the remainder of the first season and then part of the second season.
Or is it the anime that follows the game?
No, the game came out way before the anime.
That's what I mean. Like, the anime followed.
Wait, did I mess it up?
You just said that it... Never mind.
Mr. Edgeworth! Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, I brought you your tea, sir. What's going on?
Dun, dun, dun!
Edgeworth chooses death! So he still leaves anyway.
You didn't say anything wrong. You're fine. You were just saying that the anime and the games are the same after this, except for this.
I'm too
trial.
tired to care about,
This
like,
trial-
proper wording.
This trial does not follow the anime. I mean, the anime does not follow this trial.
Thanks for coming to see me. I can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be all right. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book and think about her.
What? But you won't be able to see her through the book?
I have to examine the book now?
Examination time! It's
Da-ding!
a portal to Lana.
Oh, that's cute.
It's a card with a picture.
That's what she looked like when she was a police officer.
Wow, that's what she looked like before she became stern and sad.
Are we done now? Is it over? It's over. Okay, good. Alright, so thanks again to Capcom for providing this trilogy and sponsoring this series. That is not the end of Phoenix Wright. We are going to be doing Justice for All, which is the next game in the series.
Ooh.
And it's going to be pretty incredible. So we hope you guys had a lot of fun. And yeah, that's it. That's all. Until then, God bless and happy gaming. We will be back tomorrow with Ace Attorney #2, which is, wait for it, Justice for All.
Yeah!
The story of Mystic Maya clowns, not internet clowns, circus
And
clowns,
murder!
and murder. Until then, God bless and happy gaming. Thanks so much for watching, and we're done. Bye.
See ya!